South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Hump Day Wednesday here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. You know, just because we haven't had any actual games with the Phillies sports team this week doesn't mean that the Phillies sports teams haven't been in the conversation this week. We got a lot to get to. The Eagles offseason. What are the biggest questions? Can the Eagles afford to bring back some of the players that are on the lists? Plus, what position group that is in demand is going to actually help Howie Roseman this offseason? Plus, Mike McGarry, the press of Atlantic City, joining us at 2:30. Knicks Nuggets with Nick Earnshsaw at 3 p.m. We don't have an unsportsmanlike moment of the day. We have an unsportsmanlike segment of the day. There was a very interesting Eagles conversation, and one of the unsportsmanlike hosts, who I gave a lot of credit to earlier this week, well, that individual is now in the doghouse with me. I will explain why coming up around 3:30 today. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, will get his perspective on the Eagles in their offseason as well. Plus, the NBA and the Sixers are returning this week from the All-Star break, and we'll check in with Keith Smith about what is supposed to be the second half of the season, but is more like the final stretch of the season. And as always, you guys can join the conversation. The text board is open at 609-403-0973. The White Horse RV text board. White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. And we're starting with the Eagles because of the fact that the Eagles have some very, very difficult decisions coming up. We've been kind of banting about this conversation throughout the week, but I wanted to zero in on it now that we don't have any weird Bryce Harper audio to react to, or Nick Castellanos wasn't released today, although I will keep you guys updated on USA versus Sweden when that comes on about an hour and change from now. But I think part of the biggest part of the conversation must be, should be, gotta be, who can the Eagles keep and not keep? I think that is a huge, huge part of this conversation. And conveniently enough, The Athletic, they got together all of their beat writers and their analytics and capologists, and they came up with a list of the top 100 free agents. They ranked everybody from 1 to, actually it's more than 100, but we're going to just stick within the top 100. And there are 5 Philadelphia Eagles who landed on that list. And what's irrelevant is some of the players that we are talking about, the Eagles should, need, could bring back. If you go based on the numbers from The Athletic and the numbers from Spotrac, I don't know if the Eagles are going to be able to keep everyone we want them to keep. Now, again, I understand that with the salary cap going up, it does have an impact on this. It does legitimately factor into the conversation. But I'm not going to overlook the reality that for Philadelphia, they're going to have some very difficult decisions to make this offseason. And in an offseason that is already dropped big names on the free agent market, like a Tyreek Hill and a Mike Evans and a Trayvon Diggs and a Trey Hendrickson. The Eagles' big names are no less big names, to me at least. So, I want to break down each of these players, and you guys can tell me on the text board yes or no to each player. We got 5 names to hit on. The text board is open at 609-403-0973. Yes, they should bring him back. No, they shouldn't bring him back. Okay? That's how we're going to factor this. And what I've done is I've kind of tried to organize this based on who is most likely to get the money. Who is most likely to be in the higher demand. And according to multiple rankings, the highest ranked Eagle free agent is probably the free agent that most people are the most concerned about bringing back. Because what was one of the problems with the Eagles last year? Pass rush. And right now, Jalen Phillips is considered one of the top, not just edge rushers, but free agents out there. The Athletic has him listed as number 3. Spotrac has him listed as number 10. So whether it's 3 or 10, you're still in a range that you have a very, very popular player. Right now, the projection for the Athletic is 4 years, $98 million. For Spotrac, it's $17 million a year. And if he gets 4 years off of that, well, you can do the math. It might not be $98 million, but you're talking about in the $80 million range. Is Jalen Phillips, a guy who is 27 years old, who has an injury history, are the Eagles willing to give him that long of a deal? Now, before I give you my direct answer, I'll tell you who the other guys are on this list. You have Dallas Goedert on this list. Dallas Goedert is 31st for the Athletic. He's projected as a 2-year, $25 million contract. On Spotrac, they are tracking him at $7 million a year for 3 years. So $21 million for over 3 years. So again, are you willing to give a guy who has an injury history 2 to 3 years in the $20 million range? The other important name on this list, because I'm not conceding that he's gone, I'm just admitting he's probably gone, is Nakobe Dean. So I'm kind of skipping over that name right now. And I'm also skipping over Fred Johnson because if some team wants to overpay for Fred Johnson, more power to you. That's what I say. I'm not going to argue with that one. But the other big name is Reed Blankenship. Spotrac projects him as a $7 million a year cap hit. The Athletic projects him as a 4-year, $42 million contract. Now, the difference with Blankenship and Goedert, and then Blankenship versus Phillips, Reed doesn't have the injury history those other guys do. But is 4 years, 42 a little too rich for some people? You're talking about just over $10 million a year. So you're talking between $7 to $10 million a year for a safety who some people think is very limited in his athleticism. Are you willing to pay him the money that the market is going to demand? These are the decisions the Eagles have to make. And again, I'm not saying that Goedert and Nakobe Dean are definitely gone, but I just don't see a scenario where you're going to keep those guys versus the others. Those two are going to have a very, very heavy market. Goddard is going to be in major demand because people are going to see that big 11 touchdowns last year. And they're going to pay him according to that. Jalen Phillips will get paid for the most part because he is young. $27 years old, edge rusher. Because think about who's available in the market right now. Trey Hendrickson's probably the biggest name pass rusher on the market. So if he's the biggest name, right? Where does Phillips land among the rest of the group? He's got to be pretty high, right? They project Trey Hendrickson, by the way, to make $25 million, but he's 31 years old. The other free agent pass rushers are guys like Khalil Mack, 35 years old. Joey Bosa, 30 turning 31. Phillips is younger than both of them. And the guys who are near his age are guys who are, no offense to them, less proven commodities than Phillips is. Adefe Owe is also 27 years old. Kwity Paye is also 27 years old. But neither one of those guys are as accomplished. They haven't put out the product when they're on the field that Phillips already has. By the way, same thing goes for Joseph Asai. He's turning 26 years old. We've heard guys like Chason's name being thrown out there. He's 26, turning 27. So Phillips is going to get a big deal from somebody. The question is that someone going to be Philadelphia? Are you, the Eagle fan, willing to lock him up because he fits Vic Fangio's scheme, even with the understanding that after this year, Fangio might retire? That's a point that's brought up by other people here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a hump day Wednesday. Glad to have you guys on board the show today. We have heard from other people last week and this week here on 97.3 ESPN about the fact that the Eagles are going to be making some of these decisions with also the back of their mind, we can't make these decisions based on Vic Fangio. We have to make these decisions based on what is best for the football team long term, because Fangio might be gone after next season. You can't reasonably give Trey Hendrickson a long-term deal. No one in their right mind is giving Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa unless that team is desperate, big money. Jalen Phillips is going to be a hot commodity. Are you willing to get into a bidding war for his services? That brings us to the tight end. There is no tight end apparent in Philadelphia. There is no guy who's sitting there like in years past. Remember, the Eagles already had Zach Ertz when they drafted Dallas Goedert. The Eagles had Brent Selleck when they drafted Zach Ertz. The Eagles had L.J. Smith when they drafted Brent Selleck. And the Eagles had Chad Lewis when they drafted L.J. Smith. The Eagles thought they were following that trajectory when they drafted Grant Calcaterra. That has not worked. So now, how willing are you to bring back Dallas Goedert knowing that he has that 11 touchdowns next to his name? And I know Mike Gill and I have argued about this here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, but I, Josh Hennig, am not going to treat Dallas Goedert's 11 touchdowns as a diminished value because of how he got the touchdowns. If the goal is the game to score, and Dallas Goedert has proven that he is a man capable of scoring touchdowns, who cares how he gets the touchdowns as long as he gets in the end zone? And I believe a lot of NFL teams will view it the way I view it. And on a free agent market where Kyle Pitts is probably going to get the biggest contract of everyone, the 25-year-old tight end who's a free agent out of Atlanta, in a free agent market where David Njoku, according to reports, has made it clear he is not returning to Cleveland. On a free agent market where the Bucs need to figure out, are we going to keep Cade Otton or not? On a free agent market where guys like Tyler Higbee and Tyler Conklin, nice players, not great players. On a market where guys like Darren Waller, Foster Moreau, and others are nice players, not great players. And I know people are assuming Travis Kelce is going to retire. Dallas Goedert is a very, very interesting piece because for the teams that have free agents at tight end, or in the Chiefs' case, might have a guy retiring. By the way, the Chiefs today restructured Pat Mahomes' contract, opening up about $43 million in cap space, because that ain't a coincidence. Teams like the Chiefs, the Falcons, the Browns, the Ravens, the Bucs, the Rams, the Chargers, the Bengals, the Giants, the Patriots. How about the Colts? They are all potential suitors for Dallas Goedert. Do you bring Goddard back, a guy who has an injury history, or do you move on? And as I mentioned, Reed Blankenship. I understand that Reed Blankenship is not irreplaceable. No one who's not named like Tom Brady or Pat Mahomes is irreplaceable. But how are you going to replace Reed is the question. If Reed is the 90th player on the Athletics free agent rankings, if he is the 10th best safety in terms of market value, according to Spotrac, how am I supposed to ignore the reality that whether you keep him or not may actually be more important than you realize? You have guys out on this free agent market like Kevin Byard, Cam Curl, Brian Cook, Kobe Bryant, Jalen Thompson, Jaquan Brisker, Nick Cross. People who are not Eagles fans, people who don't watch the Eagles every day, all think those guys are better than Philadelphia's guy. And think about those names. When the Seahawks win a championship, any team wins a championship, people leave to get big paydays in free agency. The likelihood of the Seahawks bringing back Bryant, not great. You look at some of these other guys like Cameron Curl, Jaquan Brisker. Are we really sure that the Rams and the Bears, respectively, are going to let those guys walk? The Bears might let Kevin Byard walk because he's going to turn 33 soon. And don't forget about teams like Dallas, the Jets, the Giants. All these teams need safeties. If the Eagles don't offer Reed Blankenship a fair offer, he could go somewhere else. Hopefully not Dallas to join Parker down there as our new DC, but it is a possibility. So for me, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I want to know from you guys on the Whitehorse RV text board, who you keeping, who you letting walk. Let me know. 609-403-0973. Don't forget Mike McGarry, the Press of Atlantic City, joining us in about 10 minutes. Nick Earnshsaw over Knicks Nuggets at 3 p.m. Geoff Mosher, Football at 4, powered by the Insider Birds podcast at 4 p.m. and Keith Smith from Spotrac at the front office show, talking NBA and Sixers later with us today as well on 97.3 ESPN. Let's start with Jim in Williamstown on the text board at 609-403-0973. He says, I hope they can lock up several top-notch defenders, especially if Vic leaves. The job will become more attractive, hopefully, to a better replacement candidate. Maybe they trade a guy like A.J. Brown to the Raiders to get a guy like Max Crosby and then try to... All right, Jim Williamstown, you're being a little too fantasy football for me. Trade A.J. Brown, sign Mike Evans, acquire Max Crosby. That's big game fishing. That's if I'm playing the Madden video game when I'm trying to pull off. If Howie Roseman pulls those kind of moves off, then I don't want to hear anyone say anything bad about Howie Roseman ever again. And I want every person who poo-poos the Eagles to eat dirt for the rest of 2026. The likelihood of that domino happening, Jim in Williamstown, that might be the dream, but I'm trying to live in reality. And the reality is that if Max Crosby is legitimately available, are we really sure that the Eagles trading A.J. Brown and a first-round pick, theoretically, is enough to get Max Crosby? It takes two to tango. Do the Raiders want to deal with A.J. Brown? Do they want to trade Max Crosby at all? Remember last year, the rumor was Myles Garrett and Trey Hendrickson could be traded, and neither one of them were ever moved. Now, the Mike Evans thing, we will get to a little bit later in the show, because Jim Williamstown, I do think the Mike Evans free agency does have a direct impact on the Eagles. Now, I like your previous point where you say you want to lock up some top defenders that can make sure that the job of defensive coordinator continues to look appealing. More text coming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Anonymous texter chimes in and says, Reed Blankenship is a nice player, but nobody's spending $10 million on a slow safety. Well, first of all, I would say this, and anonymous texter, you might not like me saying this. Slow is relative. Most safeties are not blazing fast. It's just the reality. There's a reason why they play safety, because they're a step a little slow and their hips are a little tight compared to their cornerback counterparts. Just how it works. So I'm not going to sit here and act like his speed has anything to do with the capabilities as a defensive player. In fact, if you go back and watch some of the games that Reed Blankenship gave up big plays, you find out very quickly that those are the games that somebody else blew an assignment and that he had to try to run up and take up, basically, make up ground. I don't think Reed is as slow as people project him to be. I just think his athleticism is just not elite. You won a championship 2 years ago with him at safety. Why are we so quick to unload him? Why are we so quick to be like, you know what? Never mind that guy. We don't want him. Why? We're acting like you didn't win a championship with the guy. Maybe that's why you're anonymous. Texter at 609-403-0973 on the Whitehorse RV text board. Maybe you're anonymous because of the fact that you don't want to be called out for your take. Well, that's Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. His thoughts, all that and more. By the way, also later in the show, we will get into my projections for the Phillies lineup in 2026. If Rob Thompson handed me the lineup card, what I think the lineup card should be versus what I'm hoping it's not going to be. All that and more still to come. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on a Hump Day Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. 2:31 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Keep the text coming in at 609-403-0973. Who is the free agent the Eagles must keep and why? Either way, they're going to have to spend money on these guys. Jalen Phillips, one of the top edge rushers of the market. Dallas Goedert, 11 touchdowns last season. Everyone loves Reed Blankenship, but are you willing to pay him what he's going to deserve? And keep in the back of your mind, the Giants and the Cowboys could both use some of these Eagles free agents. Can you really keep those guys away from the division rivals? We'll get into that, plus the Phillies and Sixers right now with Mike McGarry of the Press of Atlantic City joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, welcome in. How you doing today?
Doing well, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing all right, and I wanted to throw it to you. Who should be the priority free agent for the Eagles this offseason? Is it Jalen Phillips? Is it Dallas Goedert? Is it Reed Blankenship? Or is it none of the above?
Well, to me, it's got to be Jalen Phillips, right? What makes a difference in the NFL is an edge rusher, a guy who can get to the quarterback. Those are the guys that are, one of the key positions in the NFL, right? You have cornerbacks, you have left tackles, you have quarterbacks, and you have edge rushers. To me, if you don't check all of those boxes, you can't be a successful NFL team. And Jalen Phillips, to me, is, a top edge rusher. So he is a guy that I would definitely look to keep if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles, and I would make him that priority. Because, again, to me, it's edge rushers, it's left tackles, it's cornerbacks, and it's quarterbacks. Those are the four positions, and Jalen Phillips checks the box of the edge rusher.
It's going to cost a lot of money, though. There's projections out there that he could be getting like a 4-year, $90 million contract. Is that a little bit too pricey for a guy who has an injury history?
Well, I mean, the Eagles are going to have to make that decision, right, Josh? And this is the cost of being successful and why it's so hard to sort of, be successful for so long in the NFL is eventually, it's not like the Pittsburgh Steelers of the 1970s where you can keep 18 Hall of Famers on your roster for 10 years, basically. You're forced to sort of make decisions, right? So they're going to have to decide, is Phillips worth that money or can they replace him? I just look at him as, again, because of the position he plays. Dallas Goedert is a very good tight end, but, you can get a tight end, right? Reed Blankenship is a good safety, but you can get safeties. Nakobe Dean is a linebacker. Yeah, but you can get linebackers. Adoree Jackson is a cornerback. Again, we mentioned that's one of the key positions, but Adoree Jackson probably on the downside of his career, so I'm not going to make him a priority. To me, the guy you're going to make a priority is one of those four key positions. And again, you're going to have to decide, do we sign Jalen Phillips? Do we take a risk with that money, his injury history? Or do we try to, find another edge rusher in the draft, basically? So, that's the decision the Eagles will have to make. And how it works out will determine, how long this current streak of success goes on for.
My concern with some of these guys is you have two of the three guys have injury histories, Phillips and Goedert. Goedert is significantly older than Phillips, so Phillips got the age side to him. And I just think, Mike, that it's going to be hard to resign Goedert and Dean. I feel like their markets are going to be way too big. You have two guys who have shown to be productive. Teams need tight ends and linebackers. To me, I like the free agent market. I say someone's going to overpay for Goedert. Someone's going to overpay for Nakobe Dean. So then, to me, it comes down to how do you make Phillips a priority? Are you willing to invest the money up front like the Eagles usually do? Blankenship, I'm a little less worried about only because of the fact that I just don't think he's going to cost that much. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I would agree. The thing with Goedert and Nakobe Dean is you're probably looking at moving on from those guys, right? I mean, and it's basically, I think, the position that they play, Josh. You can probably find cheaper tight ends and cheaper linebackers either through the draft or maybe free agency or through a trade that are maybe not going to be exactly what Dallas Goedert and Nakobe Dean are, but there's not going to be that much of a drop-off. Like the amount of the drop-off is not going to be worth the increased cost if you kept Goddard and Dean. So I just think when you look at the free agency, and this is for just about any NFL team, I think it's looking basically at the position these guys play and how hard it is to replace those guys at that position. You look at edge rusher. If you bring in a guy to replace Jalen Phillips, what is he going to – he's probably going to cost you a ton of money also, unless you find one in the draft, basically, right? So, I mean, do you want to play for the known – do you want to pay for the known factor in Jalen Phillips, or do you want to not pay for him, try to go in a different direction to save a few bucks? I just think it all comes down to position. Just like, hey, the Giants with Saquon Barkley, right? The Giants let Saquon Barkley walk basically because he was a running back, and running backs aren't valued the way other positions are. If Saquon Barkley was an edge rusher, chances are he'd still be wearing blue for the New York Giants nowadays.
It's true. Mike McGarry with the Press of Atlantic City joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, of the Eagles' free agents, let's say the Eagles go out of their way to keep Jalen Phillips, but they let Goddard and Blankenship walk. If you are the Giants, the Cowboys, how aggressively are you targeting those former Eagles, Goddard and Blankenship, to come to your team?
Well, I think it depends on what your team's needs are, right? I will say this. I mean, John Harbaugh, values the safety positions. He's had a lot of good safeties throughout his career as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. The Giants had a pretty good rookie tight end last year who played well. So I think it's, I don't know if those teams are specifically going to target those Eagles guys and say, not only do we make ourselves better, but we also weaken the Eagles at the same time. I mean, that's pretty tempting. But again, you've got to have the openings on your team and the need on your team to sort of fulfill that situation. So I don't think it's not for the Eagles, for the Cowboys, the Commanders, and the Giants. I don't think it's solely about just weakening the Eagles. I also think it's about how they can improve their team.
Mike, let's flip it to the NFL as a whole. We know that there's going to be a lot of big names in free agency. We guys know guys like Trey Hendrickson, Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, some interesting names out there. Do you think the big names on the market are going to be guys you're going to go quickly, or do you think they're going to be, guys you're going to hanging on for bigger numbers? Because to me, I think some of these guys might get off the board pretty early on.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, and I just think it's the way the NFL free agency works, right? This isn't baseball where it plays out over months and stuff like that. In the NBA, it seems to, whenever free agency begins, the free agency begins at 3 p.m. one day. At 2:59 and 59 seconds, it seems like all the top guys are off the board. I don't know about you, Jess, but I'm fascinated to see where a guy like Tyreek Hill winds up. Is he a guy who's done? Is he on the back end of his career, or can he revitalize himself with go to a good team and have I guess it would be his third act, right? He was good with Kansas City. He was good with Miami. I mean, I think a guy like Tyreek Hill is a fascinating guy. Do the Eagles maybe want to take a look at him, considering some of their offensive struggles, and see what he can do to sort of stretch the field for him? So he's one free agent, or one guy who was cut by Miami who's available now, that I'm interested to see exactly where he winds up.
I personally think Tyreek Hill might end up back in Kansas City just because Kansas City probably needs him more than most teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kansas City, their receiver core, and you see this again. We talked about the decision the Eagles have to make, right? With, you can't afford to keep everybody. You saw the New England Patriots go through that with Tom Brady. There were some years where, he was throwing to Randy Moss, and there was some years he might have been throwing to me, basically, because that's how bad their receivers were. So, I mean, the same sort of situation has kind of unfolded in Kansas City, right, where Mahomes was throwing to Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. Now Kelce's getting old. and their receivers haven't, kind of kept up in ability also. So, again, yeah, I think that's interesting. Maybe a reunion there between Tyreek Hill and the Kansas City Chiefs, kind of getting the band back together, so to speak.
Mike, you mentioned baseball. I wanted to get your perspective. The Phillies lineup, we know that Rob Thompson has said they're going to keep the big three at the top of the lineup, the Schwarber, Turner, Harper contingent. He wants to keep them playing in the first inning. But what about the rest of the lineup? The Phillies have some difficult to say. There's not a clear, surefire guy who should be 4, 5, and 6. I feel like there's a group of people online who are now using this week as an opportunity to tell us how good Alec Boehm has been. I'm getting tired of seeing Alec Boehm stats on my timeline. Adolis Garcia's, his biceps are bigger than some people's heads, right? So, look at the rest of the lineup. What is the Phillies lineup after Schwarber, Turner, and Harper?
Well, I think, Josh, I hate to disappoint you in your crowded timeline, but I think Alec Boehm is going to at least start this season as the opening day cleanup hitter. And I think if we wrap our minds around it, our collective minds around it, it's not as bad as people think it is. Yeah, Boehm is not a guy who is going to hit 30, 35 home runs. At least he hasn't been in the past. But he is a guy who could hit 35, 40 doubles. He is a guy that drove in, 97 to 98 to 99, 100 runs. He is a guy who puts the ball in play, basically. So to me, he would be the first guy I'd go to at the cleanup spot. To me, the fascinating thing about the Phillies lineup, Josh, is it seems to fall off a cliff a little bit at that 4 spot, but it doesn't fall too far because they do have a lot of depth on that team. So, Boehm, Marsh 5th, Garcia 6th, Stott 7, maybe Realmuto 8, Jordan Crawford 9. I mean, I think that's Justin Crawford 9. I think that's a pretty good lineup. But you're right. From 4 through 9, they're kind of all the same. You can jumble them up. Maybe you ride the hot hand. There's no clear-cut guy from 4 through 9 who I think stands head and shoulders above the others. And I think that's the problem people have with the Phillies lineup. It has depth, but the depth does not include an outstanding guy after the number 3 spot.
Mike McGarry, I'm putting you on the spot. Rank the teams in the Eastern Conference for the NBA.
The NBA, Eastern Conference. You know what? Boston Celtics, number 1. I like the way they're playing, with Derek White, Jaylen Brown. They might get Tatum back. I love the coach, Joe Mazzulla, what he's been able to do up there. And I think the way that a lot of people thought going into the season that this was going to be a gap year for the Celtics without Tatum, that they were going to take a step back. I think the way they've handled it competitively, I just think they're going to be tough to beat. Number 2, I like the New York Knicks at number 2. I know they've had some issues with the Pistons. I believe they play the Pistons tomorrow night, but I just believe in the Knicks. Jalen Brunson's ability to score in the fourth quarter, their overall experience, I put them at number 2. Number 3, I'm going to go with the Pistons team. I like this Pistons team. They lost to the Knicks in 6 games last year. I like Cade Cunningham. We'll see if they're ready to take another jump. Number 4, I think you've got to go with the Cleveland Cavaliers. With what with the move that they've made for James Harden, again, I think it'll make them a much better regular season team. I think it'll make them a better playoff team for the first 5 games of a playoff series. However, all bets are off considering James Harden's history when it comes to Game 6 and Game 7.
Right.
And then 5th, I'll probably go with the Philadelphia 76ers, although we're already seeing, questions about Embiid's health. If Embiid is healthy for an entire playoff run, there's not a team in the East that the Sixers can't beat. But if he's not healthy, there's not a team in the East that they can't lose to.
Questions about Embiid's playoff health. That's a rinse and repeat topic there, Mike McGarry.
Right, exactly. And it came out of nowhere. Right before the All-Star break. His knee is barking. He's going to miss a game. We'll see what he's like coming out of the All-Star game. It's just why they can't be trusted.
I've said it 100 times, Mike. To me, Joel Embiid is the modern-day Bill Walton. If he's healthy, you have a chance to win a championship. If he's not healthy, you are DOA.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's actually had it worse than Bill Walton, right? Because Bill Walton had a successful, healthy season in the NBA, and the Portland Trailblazers won an NBA championship over the 76ers in 77. Then the next year, Portland was basically 50-5 or 50-10 when Walton broke his foot. He was never the same again. He had another sort of second act in 1986 as the Boston Celtics six-man, helping the Sixers win 2 championships. So as star-crossed as Bill Walton was, and, as beat up as his feet were, to the end of his life, if you ever saw him walk in person, and I saw him walk in person once, and it was painful to watch him walk, basically. That's how, how tough the injuries were to his feet, throughout his NBA career. He still won 2 NBA championships and probably had an overall better career than Joel Embiid. So as star-crossed as Bill Walton is, Joel Embiid somehow has it worse.
Mike McGarry, the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com for all your sports coverage, not just the pro sports, but the high school sports scene as well. And he will be back with us on Friday's edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, great stuff today.
Yes, and Josh, I did watch a little Olympic hockey today, so there you go. We can check that box. I watched a little Canada, Czechoslovakia while I was getting my hair cut today. So great game. So let's check that box, all right?
All right, well, we got U.S.-Sweden coming up, and I think it's about 20 minutes from now. So we got that next on the docket.
All right, good enough, Josh. We'll see you down the road. Thank you.
Sounds good. Mike McGarry joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, we'll check back in on the text board. Steve from Ventnor, your texts and others on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Who stays? Who goes? Who should stay? Who should go? Let me know your thoughts, 609-403-0973. We are just a couple weeks away from the start of NFL free agency, and we got you covered all off season long here at home for Eagles football in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Matt Blatt Kia's President's Day prices are so low, it's likely to cause a stampede. 26 Kia Sportage, $129 per month. 25 Kia Telluride, $159 per month. Or finance with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
It's got to be a Matt Blatt Kia.
24-month leases, $56.99 due at signing, plus licensing, registration, and taxes. No security deposit on approved credit through KMF. Expires month end.
Looking for something different this Valentine's Day? Something that lets her know you searched far and wide for the perfect date night? Then you gotta make the trip to the Pick. Make reservations to dine in the Pines in the Pick's all-new Valentine's Day igloos with special Valentine's Day menu including surf and turf filet with garlic butter shrimp, tomato bisque, and heart-shaped grilled cheese, and all your Piccalilli favorites. Don't wait, the igloos are booking up fast. Visit Piccalilli.com and secure your reservation now. The Piccalilli Inn, Route 206, Chemung, New Jersey.
The Piccalilli Inn.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
$2:53 on The Sports Bash. Don't forget Knicks Nuggets still to come here on 97.3 ESPN. I did want to squeeze in Steve from Ventnor's text at 609-403-0973 because I think a point that he makes is very interesting to the conversation about the Eagles and their offseason because Steve brings up the point that he says the Eagles must bring back Phillips. He says you could bring in free agents to replace guys who won't break the bank, or you can trade for guys who can fill in for roles. And a couple of the guys he mentions are guys like Cameron Curl and others. And again, Steve Ventnor, I'm not going to read your whole list because it's a lot. And the audience doesn't want to just hear Steve. They want to hear conversation. And I think that it's an important point to bring up the conversation, though, because it's not just free agency you're going to be able to address these needs. There are teams that have players at positions who are tradable. Now, the Max Crosby thing, until I see him traded, I'm going to have trouble believing it's going to happen. Because of the fact that Crosby is a guy who a lot of people are projecting to different teams right now. And I feel like last year where the whole offseason, Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, where are they getting traded? Neither one of them got traded. So to me, it's very, very hard to trade the big names. But for example, one of the names that Steve mentions in the text is Michael Mayer. Well, Michael Mayer, the tight end for the Raiders, he's the backup to Brock Bowers. The Raiders could be like, hey, look, this guy, we can get a draft pick for him. We'll trade him because we don't have as much of a need for him because we already have a stud in Brock Bowers. Those are the kind of trades that Howie Roseman has a long history of making. Howie's the guy who makes the trade. It's a little under the radar. It's not sexy. It's just gets the job done. That guy ends up having a huge role for the Eagles. Nick Earnshsaw, Knicks Nuggets next on 97.3 ESPN.
home of the Philadelphia Eagles,
St. It's a sack!
Sixers,
Oh, baby!
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Hump Day Wednesday, 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the 3 o'clock hour being brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Listen, if there's ever a time you need your system checked with this crazy, it's ice tundra, it's warm, it's going to get cold again, it's going to rain, it might snow, there might be ice, there might not be ice. Even if you think your HVAC system is all good, or your plumbing, you might need it still checked. Get it checked by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and AC at 609-390-3907. Visit them online at broadleys.net and find out why Broadleys has been the trusted source for South Jersey for generations. 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadleys.net. You know what time it is. It's time for Nick Earnshaw and the Nuggets segment here on the Sports Bash. Another early edition of the Nuggets here on 97.3 ESPN. Nick, how you doing today?
Oh, what's going on, Josh? Nice to be with you. A little earlier edition of the Nuggets. We're going to have some fun, to say the least. And we got a couple of things to get into. We are going to have some fun. Nugget number 2, I'm very much looking forward to. I thoroughly enjoyed the audio we're going to play for nugget number 2. Now, nugget number 1, I want to start with the Phillies. And there's just something that has eaten away at me a little bit, I guess, over the course of the past couple months as we get ready for spring training, etc. We got to remember, Alec Boehm is still here. The Phillies tried trading Alec Boehm last year during the offseason. They tried trading him probably again this year. They've tried to trade him, and it hasn't worked out. And the problem is, you're trying to develop a player named Aiden Miller. And he really has no spot to play right now. And there's a lot of good things coming out of spring training right now about Aiden Miller, Josh. If you are the Phillies, how do you get Aiden Miller involved? And do you want to see Aiden Miller this season? Josh.
Look, I think Aiden Miller could probably use another year at the minor league still, so I'm not against him not playing this year. You mentioned Alec Boehm. You're locked into that contract for one more year, right? Like, he's here no matter what for one more year unless you trade him. So I'm okay with Aiden Miller going to the minors, playing third base, becoming the heir apparent. You let Boehm either walk in free agency or you maybe trade him at the deadline, whatever it may be. I don't really think it's that confounding because, to me, I don't think they need Miller now as much as they need Crawford now. Like, they needed Crawford last year, for goodness sake.
I wish that Boehm, I wish you could find a way to move Boehm, but they haven't been able to do it. Aiden Miller, imagine if he has a big year to start the year in AAA. Those calls, those rumblings are going to get louder and louder and louder for Aiden Miller because they have propped this guy up as to be one of the top prospects they've drafted in a long, long time. One of their better prospects that they've drafted in a long, long time. So, listen, I'm even okay if there's an issue over at second base and the platoon with Stott and Sosa goes awry for some reason. If you could plug Aiden Miller in there, great, because you're not going to be able to move Trey Turner at the moment. I mean, he's stuck at shortstop, so you're not changing that. So you really don't have a spot for a guy that you want to help be part of your team, I should say.
My only thing is that let me ask you a devil's advocate question.
All
okay.
Right.
Is it that they can't trade Boehm, or do the Phillies too highly value Boehm? Like, it's the idea of, I get in this argument all the time with people because and I'm not throwing him under the bus. I'm just using him as an example, okay? We have a guy who texts the show all the time, Steven Ventnor, right? Steve will text like paragraph-long free agency, trade scenarios. Earlier today, I had Jim in Williamstown throw a trade at me. Like, he wants the Eagles to trade A.J. Brown for Max Crosby and sign Mike Evans in free agency. While I love all these people like Jim in Williamstown and Steven Ventnor being so engaged with their team, the reality is that we forget that as sports fans, we may value somebody way more than another team does. It doesn't matter what Nick Earnshaw thinks of Alec Boehm or Josh Hennig thinks of Alec Boehm. It matters what the Mariners, the Twins, the Astros, what do they think? And I go back to this, Nick. How many years in a row have the Phillies not had more than 3 prospects in the top 100? MLB Pipeline, The Athletic, ESPN.com, every single year. Meanwhile, teams like the Dodgers and the Reds and others, they got like 2,000 guys on the list. And you're like, how does everybody else? But that's why. That's the exact reason why you are having trouble trading these guys, because the Phillies and the Philly fans so overvalue these guys. And Nick, you know why we overvalue them? Because we got nothing else.
We also seem to think everybody is going to come here too. Everyone goes on the trade block. Oh, he's going to Philly. They're going to make a call. Oh, they're a free agent. Oh, they're coming here.
By the way, really quick, did you finish listening to the Bussin' with the Boys?
I fell asleep. I had my other job last night and then came back to my one job. So I got to listen to the beginning portion again that I missed.
Well, let me try to find the audio real quick, because there was one of the other parts of what Harper said that was less controversial is, he talks about Philadelphia, like being a guy who plays in Philadelphia. I want to play this because I think this is part of the problem. But you just mentioned, Nick, that not everyone wants to come here. Harper explained why on the Bussin' with the Boys pod.
It's such a great city to play in. Obviously, it's a really hard city to play in for a lot of people. And if you're not ready to play there, then don't come. Because I mean, it can chew you up and spit you out real quick. Obviously, they're very passionate and they work hard for their hard-earned dollars. So when they come and buy a ticket for us each night, if that's NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, like they want you to go out there and give it your all, no excuses or anything else like that. So
like, that's the reason why people are like, so-and-so should come here. And it's like, well, you know what? Maybe so-and-so doesn't want to deal with that.
Yes. And Bryce, to his credit, gets it. He just gets it. And he laid it out perfectly there. It was also interesting, kind of going back to the Bryce thing, right? Is that when he was asked about, like, coming up through high school and getting his GED and going to JUCO and all of that, you know how he kind of took stuff personally? Did you hear that answer when he was asked about that from Will? Like, you don't think that he's not taking Dave Dombrowski's comments as a slight? I mean, really? That's what he has done that his whole life. People were doubting him and, he talked about it on the pod. This is a similar situation. You have the president of baseball ops doubting you a little bit because you're getting up there in age and you had a little bit of a down year. You're telling me he didn't take that to heart? I mean, seriously.
Of course he did. And by the way, and that's why, like, I'm not packing it up, but I'm kind of like moving it to the back burner of the Harper stuff just because of the fact it's like we have now spent so many days between Castellanos and Harper. I'm glad you asked about Alec Boehm, even though I'm tired of seeing his name on my timeline, because it's like, I don't know if like Alec Boehm's agent is like paying people in the media to do this, or like his girlfriend is paying people, but like, I feel like there's like 5 people who all cover Philly sports who keep putting out like, did you know that Alec Boehm was top 10 in this stat? Did you know Alec Boehm's numbers with runners on base? And it's like, that doesn't solve
He's a nice player.
Problem.
Josh, he's a nice player. He's a good player. He's a good contact hitter. He would be awesome if he was batting 6th or 7th in the lineup. He would
actually be pretty good if you were hitting him too. If you told me the lineup
even
was
2,
Schwarber, Boehm, Harper, and then Turner was the 9-hole hitter, I wouldn't hate it. You would never do it because you're paying Turner $300 million.
Yeah, and they're not going to move Turner out of the leadoff spot. You can always go back to Schwartz. You can always go back to Schwartz at a leadoff spot. You can always put it back there. Put Turner second. Turner bats .292 his career in the second spot. I'm just saying, you need to mix things up. But an X factor. Listen, Alec Boehm will be an X factor. He's going to be batting in the 4-hole again. Unfortunately, we're going to see that throughout the season. That's not where you're going to get the most out of him. But if he were like the Phillies 6th hitter, right? Like he was batting 6th in the lineup.
Exactly.
It would be awesome. No one would complain.
Exactly. It's not that we hate Boehm. It's that we hate Boehm as a cleanup hitter.
Yeah.
And like that's where the problem is. Like if Boehm was not in a primary spot to be the protection for Harper or Schwarber, you'd be like, all right, well, he's another guy to make this lineup longer and bat runs in. Instead, you're depending on a guy who's, as you said, a nice player, a good player. You're asking him to be something that he's not.
Yes, you're asking him to be a power hitter. He's not a power hitter. You're asking just a little bit too much of him. And now he's just kind of in the way of a budding, hopefully a star that you have a lot of expectation for. Now he's just kind of in the way, right? That's essentially what happened. I would have loved if Aiden Miller could play shortstop. However, they have Trey Turner for the next 10 years. So it's like, you can't do anything there for the most part.
Well, there's also a scenario really quick before we get to your next nugget, which is, we have seen guys change positions as they get older. There's not a guarantee that at some point Turner and the Phillies will have a conversation 2-3 years from now, and he's like, I'll move to the outfield, right? And then you already have Miller. You just kick Miller over to the shortstop. Or maybe in, maybe in 2029, right? Okay, we're going to run down the road here, but 2029, maybe the Phillies sign a new shortstop with a free agent market. What a concept. Because by then, half these contracts will be off the books.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how that Miller situation unfolds, because if he starts hot in AAA, I'm telling you, it's going to get loud. The calls are going to be coming. Well, let's get this kid up here. Let's get him up right now.
Earnshsaw will be there.
I will be one of them. I will be getting very loud if he starts. I want to see Aiden Miller. All right, nugget number 2. I couldn't wait to get to this nugget. Shout out to Josh for finding the audio for me and sending it over to me, because this is outstanding. Listen, First Take, it's an enjoyable show. I watch First Take to get a laugh, not necessarily my sports information. But sometimes Stephen A. I mean, if you love him, you hate him, whatever. Sometimes he's on. He's just on, and he does what he does well, is be entertaining. And somehow, some way, Ben Simmons comes up in a conversation on First Take.
I'll tell you how. So really quick. So they were having a conversation about the Lakers having issues with shooting. The whole conversation started with, the Lakers, they couldn't hit a broadside of a barn in their last game before the break. And that's when Stephen A. Smith decides to slides
it in.
Just slides it in. And if you're not watching on YouTube and X and seeing the broad smile on Nick Earnshaw's face, like he is the happiest man alive when Stephen A. Smith went hard on the strays for this guy.
Because when you can't make open perimeter shots, they ain't quite Ben Simmons, but in the same breath, it's like, damn, when all you got to do is run to the paint area and you daring them to shoot, that's a problem.
How's Ben Simmons catching the straight?
I'm about to say, the Lakers catching the straight, Ben Simmons catching the straight.
I don't think the Lakers catching a lot of strays.
I don't think the Lakers are catching strays. I'm just pointing out that they got trouble shooting perimeter shots. On this show, as long as First Take is in existence, Ben Simmons will catch strays.
No reason. I mean, Josh, he didn't have to do that. I just lost it. I thought that was absolutely hilarious that Ben was catching just a stray because they were talking about the point of no shooting, and he is now the butt of the joke. Whenever anyone thinks of someone who can't shoot or a team that can't shoot, you invoke the Ben Simmons argument. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Now, there was another part of that bite as well.
Yes.
Let's take a listen.
There's a part 2 because after half the people on the panel were mad at Stephen A., which, by the way, Is Ben Simmons paying the people on First Take to be mad at Stephen A for speaking the truth about him? Because the way you heard them all, why is Ben Simmons catching strays? And it's like, Stephen A. Smith didn't say anything wrong.
No.
But Stephen A. Smith decided he wasn't just going to give him strays, Nick. He was going to kick him while he was down.
Let me tell you something right now. I ain't apologizing for it to a damn soul. There is no bigger thief in the history of the NBA than that man. You understand? You talk about a dude that would not shoot the damn basketball. That is the biggest thief. And I mean, if Ben Simmons runs near a basketball arena, he should be arrested. That's how bad it was. Okay. Now you can say anything you want to. You can say anything you want to. Now, if the man walked away from the game, that would be different. But that man made sure his check cleared twice a month in the NBA. He went to the bank account. You so traumatized that you can't shoot. But you wasn't traumatized to go to TD or Wells Fargo or someplace like that to make sure your money was in that bank account while you refused to shoot the basketball.
I mean, that's outstanding work. It's outstanding work the problem, the thing that makes it so hilarious is that it's all true. He didn't say anything that was wrong. Ben Simmons did steal money. He did steal money. He made sure he got his max contract, and then it fell off. The whole thing. He got out of Philadelphia, traded to Brooklyn, barely played there. I know he had a little bit of a back issue, but this is all true. That's why it's so funny. But then Stephen A. he goes above and beyond, saying he needs to be arrested if he's near any arena. I mean, I just lost it at that. You just gotta laugh at that.
I like the part where he keeps bringing up the fact he won't shoot. And I think that, that's the part that I will never let go of, which is, was Ben Simmons a 3-time All-Star selection? Yes. Was he a multiple-time NBA All-Defensive Player? Yes.
Yes.
No one disputes that Ben Simmons was for a time, like a 4-year period, one of the better players in the NBA. The dispute is that he never became more because he didn't want to become more. And the moment he was under the basket and passed that ball against the Hawks instead of scoring, the moment we realized that this man became a worse foul shooter every single year, that's when you knew that this man, to quote Stephen A., was stealing money.
Yes. It was his refusal to get better. It was his love of the lifestyle of a National Basketball Association player. The entire life that came with being a star NBA player. He loved that. The grind was not there. It just wasn't. We would get these videos in the offseason. Oh, look, he's actually shooting. And we know how social media is. It's not real life. Anyone can post a snapshot of something, right? But the guy refused to shoot. He refused to evolve his game.
Well, he refused to shoot in NBA games.
Yeah.
He would shoot all the time on social media.
Yeah. In practice videos that he would put out for his brand, that's what he would shoot. In these pickup games, he would shoot. In the offseason, I mean, Ben, he could have evolved his game. He could have been so much more. With that talent, imagine what that could have evolved into. And I think that's what everyone was so disappointed by. It's like, dude, you have this incredible gift of being able to dish a basketball to anybody, anywhere on the floor, play incredible perimeter defense, have great court vision, this whole thing. But you could not shoot a basketball, and it made you a limited player. And he did so many other things well, but that one thing cost him from being up here. Instead, he was down here. He could not get to that next step because of his refusal and his unwillingness to evolve his shot.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. The whole he's on the list of 30 for 30s that we need.
Yes.
Netflix Untold or whatever you want to pick.
I mean, Josh, how many 30 for 30s could you make for the Sixers? Seriously.
I mean, there's
it's over the last 20 years.
There's 3 specific ones that I would like. The one I would like is the truth behind the Colangelo takeover.
Sure.
Because I feel like that whole story, there's something we don't know.
Oh,
about
absolutely.
that. Okay, there's got to be a reason why initially it was, well, Jerry's just coming in to be an advisor. And then it was, no, Jerry's actually overseeing operations. Then it was, well, we're going to bring in somebody to work with Sam Hinkie. And then it was, nope, we're bringing in Brian. And then Sam Hinkie's like, I'm out. And then you had Colangelo and Jared Bayless and the weird interview with Michael Barkan.
Yep.
And then the Twitter gate. And it's like, there's so much there that I need to know about. That's number one. Number two, I want the truth about Andrew Bynum. I want the truth about why this dude people thought was going to be the future of the NBA. And he never played a game in Philadelphia.
I got the jersey.
Right, you got the jersey. The third one I need is the Ben Simmons, the truth. Now, you can throw in there the Markelle Fultz shoulder thing. You could throw in that. You could maybe throw in, the draft night when the Sixers could have drafted Porzingis, but they drafted Okafor and that whole thing. So there are other ones too. Hey, you can even throw in the Jimmy Butler thing. Why did Jimmy Butler get traded? Why didn't they bring him back? Did the Spurs really call about acquiring Ben Simmons and the Sixers said no? Because that was a report a few years ago.
Joel Embiid's entire career. Seriously. Right. I mean, there's so much there that there's going to be stories written about, talked about, documentaries made about this team from this era for years and years and years. You
got one more nugget to squeeze in before we get out of here?
That's about all I got. I can bring up this before I get out of here. Did you see the quote from Sports Illustrated about Jaden Daniels, what he said about Eagles fans?
I did not see this. By the way,
it was actually very positive. This is via John Clark. He said, quote, this is about Jaden Daniels. I love Eagles fans. They embody what Philly is. They bring it. He says, also, the environment in Philly is the closest thing to college football in the NFL. Big praise from one of the Eagles' rivals.
By the way, it's 0-0 U.S. and Sweden right now with 10 minutes left in the first period. Both teams have 6 shots apiece.
How about that? There you go. But yeah, Jaden Daniels, a little praise. He wasn't knocking the Philly fans. How about that?
Well, I think Jaden Daniels, that doesn't surprise me too much because I've seen enough interviews with him.
Yep.
I started watching, I haven't finished it yet, the documentary on Amazon Prime about the NIL at LSU. And
I didn't see that yet.
Yeah, so it's on Prime. So it's actually not very new. It's actually like a year old, I think, or a year or two old.
I missed that.
It follows Jaden Daniels' year at LSU. It follows Livy Dunn's final year at LSU.
Gotcha.
Angel Reese's final year. They were some of the big names of NIL that year. And the cameras basically covered the whole thing. It's actually a pretty cool documentary. I stopped watching it because you know what I finished last night was Soul Ball, the story of the ABA. That's a great documentary for all you basketball fans out there.
Nice. You didn't rewatch the Ben Simmons documentary, did you?
No. It's not even on the list.
I love it. All right, Josh. I'll talk to you. They're the Nuggets.
Nick Earnshsaw. Nick's Nuggets will be back tomorrow here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash. Coming up on the other side, we do not have an unsportsmanlike moment of the day. We have an unsportsmanlike segment of the day. This morning on Unsportsmanlike heard 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. with Evan Canty and Michelle here on 97.3 ESPN. One of the show hosts who I have praised in the past is now in my doghouse. I will explain why coming up on the other side. Plus, we have more of your texts to get back to. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget, we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like replacing my bike in case of an accident?
Progressive's total loss coverage can help with that.
Great. And you also agree with me that my riding club should ride to the aquarium instead of cruising around a mountain, right?
Actually, we just do insurance. We don't vote in riding clubs.
Nice. 2 votes for the turtle exhibit.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
What are you, some kind of turtle hater?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
It's President's Day all month long at Bennett Chevy.
And yeah, there's a lot of President's Day sales out there, but none like Bennett Chevy because Bennett beats them all. Right now, Bennett's selling new Chevys at true GM supplier employee pricing and not a penny more. Plus, you keep all the rebates, saving you as much as 20%. And you'll save even more with available 0% financing. Plus, listen to this. Bennett's paying a minimum $10,000 for any old trade towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's 10 grand for the worst clunker. Just imagine what you'll get for a good trade. And at Bennett Chevy, it's different by design. Our non-commissioned sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. That means no pressure, no back and forth negotiations, and no waiting around for a manager. Because at Bennett Chevy, we really are different. Get to Bennett Chevy's President's Day sale and save now. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Get your game on at the Fanatic Sportsbook in the gallery at Ocean Casino Resort. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
3:31 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, The 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadlee's is your trusted source for heating and plumbing service installation for generations. Find out for yourself why Broadlee's is the trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations at 609-390-3907. And again, you can visit them online at broadlees.net. I do got to squeeze in this one text that came in the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973 because, one of my favorite texters is Jack in Cape May Courthouse because Jack is probably one of the most fearless texters that we have who listen on ISF. Like, he just says what's on his mind. He doesn't think about if what he's going to say is going to offend anybody. He just is like, you know what? This is what I think. This is what I feel. I'm telling you, whether you like it or not. I almost felt like I was going to go into a Ric Flair impersonation, but that was not going to happen there. We'll get to the unsportsmanlike moment of the day in just a moment. But we were talking about 30 for 30s. And Jack and Cape May Courthouse says, the Phillies special 30 for 30 was awesome, by the way, Josh. I remember you saying you didn't have much interest in it. I had goosebumps and tears reminiscing, watching with my parents and my son. That's from Jack Cape May Courthouse. So, I did watch it. I saw it the weekend that it came out, actually, because I thought there was going to be a whole big thing about people texting in, tuning in, wanting to talk about it. And it seems like a lot of people love the documentary, Jack, but they didn't really want to talk about it. Mike Gill and I talked a little bit about it when he came back from the Super Bowl, but that's really it. I did say I didn't have much interest because the premise of the documentary, for those who don't remember, was Sal Paolantonio came on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill and said that a lot of the documentary was based on his book, Sal Paolantonio's book. Well, I've read Sal's book. I've read Zach Berman's book. I've read Rob Monti's book. So I've read a lot already on the 2017 Eagles. I am an avid listener to Nick Foles' podcast, Chris Long's podcast. I've seen multiple interviews with Doug Peterson talking about the Philly special. Like, I've gotten a lot of information about it. So for me, my disinterest wasn't that I hate Philly or hate 30 for 30 or I'm not a real Eagles fan. I'm not saying you're saying that, Jack. I'm saying other people have accused me of that. It's that I was just like, I kind of know this already. Now, I will admit there were some things in the 30 for 30 that I didn't know about that I thought was really cool to find out. Like, for example, they went to the restaurant that Nick Foles had his final meal at before leaving for Minnesota for the Eagles' flight out for the Super Bowl. I thought that whole story was interesting about how, like, people were like quiet and they finally broke out into a, go, EAGLES, Eagles chant, and how, like, Nick Foles talked about what he ate that day and what it meant to him. And, I liked learning a little more about the interpersonal dynamics when it came to the guys who were specifically involved in the play. But I think the problem for me, Jack, is I've consumed so much content of Nick Foles, Jason Kelce, and others that for me, I just didn't have the juice to be like, I can't wait to sit down and watch this. I still watched it. I still thought it was well done. I just wasn't like, this is like the greatest of all time. The other thing and I think that this is where it's like, if you're the fan of a team, or it's your, for example, my job to cover a team day in and day out, we forget sometimes, people like me, I should say, that these documentaries are not made for people like me. They're made for people who are not fans of the team. Many of these documentaries, many of these 30 for 30s, Netflix Untold, so on and so forth, they're made for the people who have some interest, some knowledge, but don't have the whole story. So there was a lot in that documentary that probably is for the person who lives in Boston, lives in Chicago, lives in San Francisco, Seattle, Dallas, Kansas City, that they're watching it and they're like probably captivated because they're learning stuff about that Eagles team, that Eagles play, those players that they knew nothing about before. So, Jack, I think that's where, for me, I was like, look, for me, I'm not that excited about it, but for other people, I understand it's a big deal. But for me, it's like anything. In life, you have people who like mayonnaise, people who don't like mayonnaise. In life, you have people who like Nirvana and people who don't like Nirvana, right? You know, life is about, you know, you could have two people go to the same movie and one person says, that movie was amazing. And the other person say, the movie was okay. It's life. Jack McGarry, salute to you. All right. Our unsportsmanlike moment of the day here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. It's not a moment of the day. It's a segment. So this morning, Michelle Smallman was doing her top NFL teams that she expects regression from in 2026. And Michelle Smallman was joined today by Kevin Clark, who was filling in for Evan Cohen, and by Courtney Cronin, who has been filling in for Chris Canty while he's out on maternity leave. And Courtney Cronin, who I had previously given a lot of credit, a lot of praise, a lot of, good on you for some of her takes in the last week and a half. Well, she let me down. Courtney, you let me down not because you put the Eagles on the regression candidate list, but because your explanation for why. I will play for you what she said, because I want to speak for her. And then I will tell you why this might be the worst take I've ever heard Courtney Cronin give on ESPN radio. This was this morning on a Sportsman 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every Monday through Friday right here on 97.3 ESPN.
I still think that the Philadelphia Eagles are a prime regression candidate, not just because of let's start with what happened this offseason. You have Vic Fangio considering retirement, decides that he wants to stay. You get rid of Jeff Stoutland, or at least you force him out. So the best offensive line coach in the NFL is no longer on your team. Christian Parker, who had the institutional knowledge of Vic's defense to coach in the secondary, goes and becomes the DC of the Dallas Cowboys. Kevin Patullo out. Sean Mannion, first-time play caller, has only been a coach for a cup of coffee. Brilliant quarterback. One of my favorite backups to talk to in the league. He's so smart, but he's stepping into a pressure cooker.
Now, Cronin, first of all, this happens a lot. I've noticed with national people. They get misinformation about what actually happens with the team. And this is where it's like, I really wish the structure of Unsportsmanlike allowed for more producer and, people behind the scenes interjection. Because this is where a Pat Costello or one of the guys who are Eagle fans who work on the show could have interjected and explained to Courtney that she's got some of her information wrong. Jeff Stoutland was not kicked out, forced out, thrown out, fired, none of that. There is a plethora of reporting out there that has explained that Stoutland basically was offered the opportunity to stay. They asked him if he wanted to stay as the O-line coach, and Stoutland and the Eagles agreed to part ways. Now, you have the Jeff McClain report that has been reported by some other people as well, that Stoutland's run coordinator responsibilities, duties, whatever you want to call it, were relegated, diminished, overshadowed, whatever, because somewhere along the way last year, Sirianni told Patullo, we need to get Jalen Hurts under center more. And apparently they did that without consulting Jeff Stoutland. And Stoutland felt a little bit of a certain way about it, that he was basically told, this is what we're doing, instead of them coming to Jeff and saying, hey, Jeff, what do you think? And the other part of the Courtney doesn't remember, or she doesn't know, or I don't know, where to draw the line with some of this stuff, because, I don't want to accuse somebody of something that's untrue, but the reality that she overlooks the fact that part of the reason why Stoutland is no longer here, part of the reason why Kevin Patullo was relieved of his duties, i.e. fired, was because one of the issues with the offense last year was with the, wait for it, offensive line. The offensive line was a problem last year. And it wasn't just because of the injuries to Dickerson, Juergens, and Lane Johnson. It was the fact that Jordan Mailata regressed last year. Tyler Steen just wasn't good enough. And then the guys who were the backups, don't tell me that Matt Pryor, Brett Toth, and Fred Johnson and those other guys were not here if Jeff Stoutland didn't give his seal of approval. I highly doubt that Howie Roseman is going to put those guys on the roster, and Jeff Stoutland had zero input on it. And it was Jeff Stoutland's idea to put Matt Pryor at right tackle against the Rams and almost got his quarterback killed. It was Jeff Stoutland and the Eagles coaching staff that wanted Brett Toth on this team, and Brett took half the year to figure out how to play football again. And by the end of the season, it was too late. So it's a mischaracterization by Cronin about the Jeff Stoutland stuff. But wait, there's more reasons why Courtney Cronin thinks the Eagles are a regression candidate for the 2026 NFL season.
You have Saquon Barkley a year older, coming off the 2,000-yard season from 2 years ago. He was a big key to that run game being as good as it was 2 years ago to win a Super Bowl. Will it look that way? The offensive line's going to look different. Jalen Hurts regressed. Are we sure he can get back to the form from 2 years ago? There's too many questions here for me to automatically believe that because it's an even year, the Eagles will be fine. So I have them as a regression candidate.
You can say you have a lot of questions, Courtney, but some of your questions already have answers. Let's start with the Jalen Hurts thing, because Jalen Hurts is one of the biggest lightning rods in the NFL, right? The reason why the every other year thing is a conversation point when it comes to Jalen and the offense is because of the fact that Jalen's own personal history shows that his stats go up and down. 2021, he had an okay year. 2022, a MVP runner-up year. 2023, turnovers out the wazoo. 2024, got turnovers under control, played better, won a championship. 2025, threw more touchdowns, won fewer games. Just go with the completion percentage. 61% to 66% to 65 to 68 to 64. There's a reason why we go every other year is because Jalen has a history of being the roller coaster ride. By the way, Saquon Barkley comes from a long lineage of players who had 2,000 rushing yards and the next year regressed statistically. The only guy who didn't have a major drop-off the next year from a 2,000-yard rushing season was Barry Sanders. And Barry Sanders might be the greatest running back of all time. You notice the name she didn't mention there was A.J. Brown. One of the biggest topics in Philadelphia sports over the last several months. She didn't mention the regression of A.J. Brown. She didn't mention the perspective. Some people wonder, has A.J. Brown lost a step? Is A.J. Brown going to continue to be a malcontent? Is A.J. Brown really happy or not? Courtney, I expect better of you. Coming up on the other side, though, the other two on the show disagreed with her take on the Eagles. Hear what Kevin Clark from the Football Show podcast and Michelle Smallman, why they disagreed with Courtney Cronin. That's next. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Pat asked me, should the Eagles be on the list? And I said no, because it feels like every other year they figure it out. Every other year it feels like you have an offensive coordinator who gets it right. He graduates to be a head coach. Then the next year, whoever is put in place, likely by Nick Sirianni, does not work out. And so it feels like we are primed for an Eagles bounce back. And I just always give Howie Roseman the benefit of the doubt that he's unrelenting in his pursuit to put the most talented roster out on the field. So I guess I just default to the benefit of the doubt with them.
That was Michelle Smallman making probably the biggest point of all of this morning on Unsportsmanlike Her, 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. here on 97.3 ESPN. She trusts Howie Roseman. That's a huge part of this conversation. Every time the Eagles have had an issue, a mistake, 90% of the time, Howie Roseman very quickly, very efficiently rectifies it. Howie is the key to all of this. Howie is the one who is spending night and day trying to figure out who we should bring back, who we should let go. How do we rectify this situation? And that's why Kevin Clark went on to say this morning on Unsportsmanlike that the Eagles have a competitive advantage over other teams.
The talented roster gives you a bigger margin for error. It's not a mystery. It's that if you get competent coaching, which every other year they get, you can be a Super Bowl contender. You can win the NFC. So I don't think it's anything other than they maximize the roster. They spend consistent with a team that's trying to win the Super Bowl, which not a lot of teams do. There's only really 8 or 10 teams per year that are trying to win the Super Bowl. The Eagles always are, so they have a competitive advantage.
The Eagles are trying to win every year. And that's why they're in the playoff conversation every single year. And some other teams, now, Clark wasn't going to name them, but I'll name them. We know who they are. The Arizona Cardinals. The Miami Dolphins. You could throw in there a few other teams if you want. But the Jets, right? Those teams are not playoff contenders every year because they don't do what it takes to be that. The Eagles have a competitive advantage over the rest of the NFL, and that competitive advantage is named Howie Roseman. More Eagles talk coming up next with Geoff Mosher on today's edition of Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget football at 4. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, being brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook. The place to be for all sports seasons, not just for football season, but of course, UFC fights. We have the U.S. versus Sweden in the Olympics here. It's tied 0-0 coming out of the first intermission. Or maybe you want to go to, that little thing in March where all those college basketball games are going on. You could do it all at the Fanatics Sportsbook inside Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Geoff Mosher is back for today's edition of Football at 4 on a Wednesday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Geoff, welcome in. How you doing today?
I'm great, Josh. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and I wanted to start with kind of the conversation we were having before you jumped on, which is about, the Eagles in their off seasons. The comment has been made that, why would the Eagles be different? Why would the Eagles, have a chance to improve on last year? What makes them different than other teams? And I thought the comment is the one name. It's Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman has the track record of saying, this didn't work. How can we improve it? This wasn't as good. What can we do better? And I think that until he proves to not be able to do it, I'm not saying that Howie Roseman isn't infallible, Geoff, but I think sometimes people forget that Howie is still here. And until he is not, we should, for lack of a better term, give him the benefit of the doubt that if there was an issue with the team, that him, given the power by Jeffrey Lurie, will rectify it.
So I'm sort of curious just at the origin of this conversation. Did the Eagles roster get terrible overnight or something? I mean, they clearly their issues were not necessarily, and I think all the offensive coaching moves that they made have shown that their issues weren't as much personnel related as scheme, I think, related. I think that's fair to say. I mean, they got two of the best receivers in the league, great running back, great, they obviously injuries related too with the offensive line, but if those guys are healthy, they're good players. So, yes, Howie does have his work cut out for him, and there are going to be free agents and there's going to be changeover, but I don't think from a talent standpoint that this team needs an injection of like 4 or 5, names to really lift them over the hump or anything.
Well, it's the idea that people are wondering that, are the Eagles still going to be a playoff team next year? What is the new offensive coordinator going to mean for this team? And I got to go back to the fact that at the end of the day, Geoff, you and me could coach the team. But if the team has good or bad players, that's what matters most. And at the end of the day, you still have very, very good players on this team. And, I think that most Eagle fans, they kept complaining, right? Anyone but Patullo. Well, guess what? You got anybody but Patullo.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that I agree. I don't think Howie's the crux of Howie's work this offseason, as far as like the difficulty of it, is going to be related to like bringing in over the hump type players. It's going to be remaking the offense a little bit. It's going to be contracts on the defense. A lot of it has already taken place with helping Nick find coaches and being a part of that process. But there have been far more, I'd say, difficult off seasons for Howie in the past than probably the one coming up. I think the big question about next year is more about does it all work together? And that's sort of out of Howie's hands at that point, right? You get the players, you get the scheme, you get the coaches, and you put them on the field and you hope that everything gels.
One of the conversations we were having earlier as well is about the offseason, who's the priority, right? And, Jalen Phillips is an interesting conversation, Geoff, because we know he's going to be one of the top free agent targets for a lot of teams this offseason. He's younger than Trey Hendrickson. He's younger than Joey Bosa, right? Yeah. But he also has an injury history. We know that he likes Vic Fangio. Well, Vic Fangio might only be here for one more year. So, for the Eagles, you obviously have a guy who is going to be a wanted, needed player for this team, but he's not going to come cheap. So for the Eagles, it's not going to be an easy decision, right, Geoff?
I don't know. I hate this early out making that decision or even talking about that. A lot of those discussions, they start at the combine, and if there's a work, once you get back and agents start calling around and they gauging the interest, and we could see an extension before free agency even started, and it could be just that simple. I want to play for the Eagles. They're giving me the right money. The market is good for what the Eagles. These Eagles expect to pay edge rushers top edge rusher money. It's not like they go out looking to take an edge rusher and think that they can get a really, really good one at a mid-market deal. They've always been good with the market on guys that play at premium positions.
Geoff Mosher joining us from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and his latest article over at Philly Voice has to do with another offseason conversation point, and that is, well, we always love to talk about quarterbacks, and another person in the national media has stirred the pot, Geoff, and you wrote about it over at Philly Voice, and I like how you wrote about this because of the fact that it's not that the Eagles are trying to replace Jalen Hurts. They have a history of drafting quarterbacks and trying to find value. And I think that's kind of where I wanted to start because I wanted to play for you and the audience, remind everybody, this is what Nick Foles said on the Season podcast about how the Eagles have a system and methodology they've always kind of stuck with during the Howie Roseman era.
If you look at the Eagles, they have a methodology. Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie have a methodology of why they do things. So why did they get Jalen Hurts when they had Carson Wentz? Well, Mr. Lurie loved Russell Wilson back in the draft that was my draft. So, hey, this guy reminds me of Russell Wilson. Let's get Jalen Hurts. All right, great. Tanner McKee, who's the backup now. Why did they get Tanner McKee, who's the backup? Well, Tanner reminded them of me. I know that for a fact. We have the same agent. He reminded them of me, so they love Tanner. They love him in that building. They think the world of him. We love Kellen Moore. We won a Super Bowl with Kellen Moore. You know what? Sean Mannion, if there was anyone out there that is the next Kellen Moore, Sean Mannion. So let's go get him. So they're going back in the history of what's worked for them.
Geoff, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that there's such great irony, right, in the fact that Nick Foles being self-aware of this, that, the Eagles missed out on Russell Wilson that year, so they had to get Nick Foles, who merely just wins them their first Super Bowl title, right? And then of all the ironies, and then the years later they wind up trying to chase Russell Wilson anyway. But he's right, and I think so Jeremy Fowler made some statements that people around the league, around the NFL, expect the Eagles to take a quarterback high because it worked out with Jalen Hurts, and it's sort of, yes, that's true. But and then I guess Jeremy said something where it was also to put a little pressure on on Jalen Hurts to take a quarterback. But that's not, as Nick pointed out well, and I tried to do in the story, that is not why the Eagles drafted Jalen Hurts, to put pressure on Carson Wentz. It's not at all why they drafted Jalen Hurts. It had nothing to do with it. And it's revisionist history. And I know a lot of fans like to now say that they drafted Hurts to replace Carson Wentz because everybody hates Wentz and they love Hurts. But that's not how it was. It was basically this. And Nick is a big part of this, right, Josh? You know, the Eagles have always believed in the value of a backup quarterback, a strong backup quarterback who can win games. And Nick Foles validated that belief, right, by being a backup quarterback who won a Super Bowl for them. But guess what? He got really costly for them. And before Nick Foles, it was Chase Daniel at $7 million. And then it was Foles at, I think, $4 million, but then $11 million or $9 million the next year because he was Super Bowl MVP and he was going to have to start games. And it got really costly for the Eagles to invest in backup quarterbacks. So they shifted their philosophy a little bit in not devaluing the backup, but then wanting young, cost-controlled backups. And they started to move away from the $5, $6, $7 million a year. Even Josh McCown, who was their backup in 2019, was $2 million. Last year, the Eagles paid $2.4 million for both McKee and Sam Howell combined. Okay. So the Eagles have been drafting quarterbacks for quite a bit now. You know, they did it with McCord, obviously McKee, you know, because that's their core belief. They want to have young developmental quarterbacks that they also believe in, that they think that they like, that can step in and win games. And so if you look at this year's draft, Josh, there's not the Eagles might move Tanner McKee, right? And if they do, that leaves them with no backups because Sam Howell is not under contract. He's a free agent. All right. So right then and there, if you move Tanner McKee, you're going to need that nice young developmental backup. Okay. And B, just like when they drafted Hurts, they reached as far as their grade on him. You may have to do that this year because after Mendoza, and then you get to like the next 2 or 3, 4, there's not these guys, Sampson, whatever, you know, Nussmeier, they could go anywhere on day 2 or day 3. So you don't want to get blindsided again like they did with Russell Wilson. So if they took a quarterback in round 2 or round 3, it doesn't mean they have him graded as such. It just means that they don't want to lose out on a guy that they like and may have to draft him high.
And the other thing is, you just mentioned about there's all these different names of guys who previously were considered high prospects, right? And then they've kind of fallen down the interest ranking. And for a team like the Eagles, they have the luxury of having a franchise quarterback. The draft the guy, you mentioned Nussmeier, for example. A couple of years ago, he was considered a very hot commodity. Now he's probably a day 3 pick. And for a team like the Eagles, they can, without pressure, pick a guy like him and say, hey, let's see what happens, like you mentioned they did with Kyle McCord.
Right. And I think the pressure has already been put on Jalen Hurts by the organization, to be honest with you. We don't have to wait to the draft to see if they come up with a quarterback or not, because they basically just said the last 3 years, I don't care about the Super Bowl MVP, and the 2 other playoff appearances, or the 5 and 5 years. Our offense stunk, our scheme stunk, and we're going to completely, the fall guys right now are going to be the coaches. So there's not, obviously almost all of them are gone. And now you've got new offensive coaches in, and with that, a new scheme. And if you shoot the Eagles up with true serum, of course they want Jalen Hurts to be able to excel and flourish in that scheme. I don't even think you have to shoot him up with serum. That's what they want, because they're in bed with him for years and he's been successful, and they would love to see him transition to this new offense and everything's great and works out, because that's the whole purpose of this, right? But if he doesn't take to the new offense, if we're in November and the Eagles are a middling team or 500 or looking kind of like last year where it's a first round exit, well, then they got to figure out, is it more than just the scheme? And then they have to make decisions going forward. But that's who cares who they pick in April? That's already been the template that's set by what they've done this offseason.
You just mentioned something really quick that I want to hit on, Geoff. And I'm not saying that you're saying this is going to happen, but it's a comment that other people have made. The idea that, the possibility that Jalen doesn't pick up the offense. The offense is too complicated for him, or whatever, verbiage the Hurts haters like to put out there. But it's not hate. It's a legitimate scenario that maybe Jalen Hurts does have limitations. Maybe Jalen Hurts does have certain things he's just not. I've listened to guys like Kurt Warner talk about, guys' processing ability, processing speed, that, there are certain quarterbacks, they just don't have it in them. So it's not that Hurts doesn't stink. It's that maybe he's just not Patrick Mahomes. What a concept.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're going to find. That's possible. It's certainly possible. I don't think it'll be a situation of the offense itself being too complicated. If anything, it's supposed to be a quarterback-friendly offense. It's whether he's comfortable making the throws, seeing the guys that are going to be open there, and making them on time instead of later. That the ones that are specifically schemed to be there, right? That to me is more of a comfort thing than a complexity thing, and that's a big thing. So that's a make or break thing. His comfort in being able to make those throws that are going to be there for him. And yeah, if he doesn't, and if he regresses and it doesn't look good, and you want to make we'll go back to the Russell Wilson comparison. If he winds up being a guy who had a very, a short lifespan of being a really good quarterback to 3 to 4 years, and then new offenses and down for regression, maybe that happens. I don't know. I'm not a forecaster. I won't slam the door on it, but I never like to also put a lid on it. I'm very curious to see Hurts in this new offense. And I think that there are opportunities that it could be great, as much as anybody might say it could be a failure.
Geoff Mosher joining us from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. His latest column over at Philly Voice about Jalen Hurts and the Eagles quarterback history of drafting them. You just mentioned about how it's a quarterback-friendly offense. Can you elaborate on that? I wasn't planning on going down this rabbit hole, by the way. This was not the plan for the segment today, but here we are anyway on 97.3 ESPN. What do you mean by quarterback-friendly? Because I think a lot of people have probably heard that phrase before, and they might not know what that actually means.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's quarterback-friendly because the genesis or the objective of a McVay / Shanahan / LaFleur offense, whatever, the West Coast offense modernized, is that it uses motion, right? It uses play action, under center play action. There are so many great opportunities across the middle of the field when you have an effective under center play action game. You don't even need to run the ball great. You just need to show that you are under center and have the threat to run. And by the way, you should be able to run the ball at least pretty good, right? With Barkley and with what you got up front. And that opens up the middle of the field to for both under center and then at times in shotgun. The route concepts are timing and rhythm based. And because it exploits every blade of grass on the field, there will be opportunities for receivers to be open and get yards after the catch that we just have not seen from the Eagles. The only, even at the height of the Eagles offense in 2022, 23, yards after the catch were more like, you got A.J. Brown deep down the field, 30, 40 yards, right? And he kept going after the catch. It wasn't because somebody caught a pass 10 yards or 15 yards over the middle and then turned it into a 30 or 40 yard gain. But that is what the West Coast offense does. That is what the motion, the misdirection, the under center, the play action does, because it throws defenses out. We've seen, I know you asked me the question and I know you know the answer too, but like we see that. You watch the 49ers, you watch the Rams, right? You watch even the Packers, what deep overs, high level concepts, flood concepts, all these different things, 4 strongs, right? They're all different ways of getting guys open all over the field and trying to create space to get yards after contact.
Yeah, that's just about, I know one of the purposes of ITB, what you guys do, and what I like to do with 97.3, we like to inform people, like to educate people. And not everyone knows what we know. Not everyone is sitting around, consuming the content and watching the stuff that we are knowing. And for example, you mentioned about the West Coast offense. People hear the West Coast offense and they might think Andy Reid, or they might think Bill Walsh, but as you just said, this is a different version. This is the McVay, LaFleur, Kevin O'Connell, Kyle Shanahan, not Mike Shanahan stuff.
Right.
And there are variables from each guy, and it seems like based on, and you wrote this recently as well at Philly Voice, Mannion, his perspective, the new OC, is he's gathering all the things he's learned, and he calls it weaponizing it. I call it just, you're using all the information you got to put a quarterback in a position to be successful. And by the way, everything you just described, we have seen Jalen do that once before.
Yes.
2019, Lincoln Riley. He was the runner-up for the Heisman. That offense was built a lot on, hey, Jalen, you have playmakers. Get the ball to the playmakers and let them playmake.
That's why I said you never want to put a lid on what a person can do just because they haven't done it yet. There were times last year that they did try to modernize their pass offense. The Chargers game really stood out. That was like the first shot where you started to see some real NFL level pass concepts. And even though there were the turnovers, which some of them were fluky, there were some really good throws in there. And then along the way, now for whatever reason, the December came, late December in the playoffs, and it felt like the pass offense reverted back to just hitch routes and go routes. But we've seen glimpses of it. The question is, can we see more of it?
And which I would ask is some of what we want to see, right? To see more of it. Mm-hmm. How much of it is the quarterback? How much of it is the coaching staff? And how much of it is the rest of the team? Like, I don't want to vacate responsibility to the fact that, there were people who have said A.J. Brown didn't always finish routes, or that, the whole incident with Devontae Smith and Jalen. Devontae says, I thought we were doing this. And Jalen's like, no, I thought we were doing this. And even though Jalen took responsibility for it, right. Is there a possibility that maybe the receiver didn't always do their job on some of these plays last year?
Well, Adam and I talk on Inside the Birds a lot. We thought the receivers in general did a poor job of coming back to the football last year. Obviously, the offensive line, we have to find out. You're asking if it's coaching. That's a question we can't answer right now. I have no idea how the offensive line that played at such a high level for Jeff Stoutland for so long is going to respond to the coaching of Chris Cooper. I just don't know. None of us know, right? We have no idea what kind of impact Josh Grizzard will have on the pass game concepts. So it's never one thing. It will be that for the public, at times. If they have a bad game in October, it's going to be like the quarterback stinks or the coaching stinks. It's usually one or the other. Nobody ever wants to put them both together. Or it could be like injuries or talent development wasn't there. But I look forward to seeing. I mean, if you're at that age where you're just like really interested in change to see what it brings about, I think this is the off season for you, because this is going to be like what's behind door number 2 for the Eagles.
It's ironic that everyone's favorite speech from Jason Kelsey, he says it was the whole team, but yet 10 years later, nobody wants to admit that it could have been the whole team.
Yeah.
Is the problem.
It really, man, it's right though. I mean, when you think about the injuries to the offensive line, the bad play from some guys like who weren't even hurt, but just didn't play very well. And, the quarterback doesn't want to run, and the wide receivers don't come back to the ball, and one of them is not catching the ball. It really is, I mean, it was not the whole darn team, because the defense was pretty good. And, but the things that were bad were not just because of one thing or one person.
And I will never let go of the fact that the Eagles almost had their quarterback killed in week 3 because they put Matt Pryor at right tackle. I will never give that up, because people forget that. I will never forget that third quarter. I mean, Matt Pryor was like a matador with a bull, and like Jalen Hurts almost died 3 times on the field. Yeah. And they finally were like, okay, this ain't working. Kick Matt Pryor. Get him out of there. And it's just like, it's moments like that people are so easy to forget, because that Rams game probably looks a lot different if Lane Johnson, for example, plays the rest of that second half.
It very well could. It absolutely could. And that was a very strange game in general. And man, the Rams, I'll say this, man. If the Rams had even adequate special teams, they might be Super Bowl champions right now. You can kick. A lot of teams wind up kicking themselves when they think they could have won it all and didn't. But when you don't win it all because of your special teams, that's like a double kick in the rear end.
Yeah, that's a double whammy right there. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, Philly voice for all of his Eagles coverage. Inside the Birds. Like, subscribe, and download wherever you get your podcast. Geoff, great stuff today. Appreciate it.
All right, Josh. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. And, of course, football at 4, as always, being brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook, the place to be this football season and every sports season. Basketball, hockey, USA, Sweden tied 0-0 right now. Oh, the U.S. just scored. You could have been at Ocean Casino Resort, the Fanatics Sportsbook, watching the U.S. just score right now. They have a 1-0 lead with 8:30 left in the second period. So go to the Ocean Casino Resort, go to Fanatics Sportsbook, go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. I'm literally just had turned around and saw the U.S. score. I don't know who scored, but they scored. It's 1-0 U.S. versus Sweden in the quarterfinals of the Olympics. I'll keep you updated here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. As today's batch of inclement weather wraps up, we have to look ahead to the next one on Friday. Rain looks even heavier and steadier. Showers exit this evening, and fog is possible again overnight. Low of 36 degrees. Lots of clouds tomorrow with a high of 46. Dry during the day. Showers may come in tomorrow night. And then Friday, we'll see periods of rain for much of the day. High temperature 47. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
For the big game, you gotta make the trip to the Pick. Order before February 6th and get 75 wings for $60. The Piccalilli Inn, Route 206, Chemung, New Jersey. Order at piccalilli.com.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. So it was Dylan Larkin, the Detroit Red Wings forward, who scored the goal to put the United States up 1-0 over Sweden, and is now 4:40 left in his second period. And the U.S. has the 1-0 lead in the quarterfinals of the Olympics of the NHL. Not the NHL, the hockey tournament. What do we even call this? Olympic hockey tournament? Like, I don't even know what the real name is supposed to be. I don't even care. U.S. is up 1-0. Who cares what the name of this stupid thing is? I mean, I'm not even, like, barely paying attention anymore. I'm just, like, disheveled. I'm like, what's the name of this? What time is it? U.S. is up 1-0. Dylan Larkin scored. That's all you need to know. I'll keep you updated on this game as we progress throughout the show. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. The White Horse RV text board is still open. It was a great text that came in a little bit earlier I want to get to at 609-403-0973. Still to come, we have Keith Smith from the Front Office Show, NBA insider, contributor for Spotrac. We'll get his perspective on the second half of the NBA season following the All-Star break here. And like I said, I'll get to more of your texts throughout the show. But I want to specifically get to Phil and Brigantine, because Phil probably asks the most relevant, the most important question so far today. Not to dismiss anybody else's text. We have other texts to get to. But I want to start with Phil specifically because Phil asked a question that, you know, kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier in the show, and I think it's a very valid question because, so for those who missed it, during the Nuggets segment, Nick Earnshsaw joined us a little bit earlier today at 3 p.m., and we were talking about Alec Boehm, and, you know, it's a very strange conversation we have to have because, and frankly, I hate even having to go here, and I think Phil asked the important question about Alec Boehm. Because we were having the conversation with the Phillies lineup and Alec Boehm and so on and so forth. And so Phil from Brigantine says, I don't understand the abject dislike of Alec Boehm. His career wins above replacement is 5.3. His career batting average is 279. He's a former All-Star. He is a good player. The combined outfield home run production last year was pathetic. Dombrowski has had years to fix the outfield. He hasn't gotten it right. He has not fixed the four-hole production either. You got to play to Boehm's strengths, says Phil and Brigantine, instead of complaining he's not a 30-home run guy, yet still batting him fourth overall. Kyle Schwarber was the only player hit over 30 home runs last year. How about batting him fourth, says Phil and Brigantine. Phil, you might have just won text of the day, okay? Because there's a bunch of great points in here that need to be addressed. So I can't speak for everybody else. So I'm going to only speak for myself. And I think I can speak for Mike Gill and Nick Earnshaw because both Mike Gill and Nick have never been Alec Boehm haters, shall I call it, right? You know, Mike Gill has always been a guy who likes Alec Boehm as an RBI guy. Nick Earnshaw is a big baseball guy. He likes Alec Boehm as well. So if I'm to project, I'm going to say the majority of people don't like Alec Boehm because Alec Boehm has been miscast. And anytime you have a player who's been miscast, that player tends to be disliked by fans. Not because he himself is a bad player, but because of the fact that his role, his position, his expectations can never be met. So people basically gravitate to, I don't like him because he isn't what I want him to be, instead of, as you pointed out, Phil and Brigantine, it's not that Alec Boehm is a bad player. It's just that he shouldn't be the 4-hitter. And also, you're 100% right. Dave Dombrowski has had years to fix this outfield situation. It was Dave Dombrowski who wanted to sign his boy, his draft pick from 12 years ago, Nick Castellanos, to a $100 million deal. Dombrowski didn't have to sign Nick Castellanos. He wanted to sign Nick Castellanos. If you go based on the reporting from The Athletic and Matt Gelb, the Phillies have bent over backwards numerous times for Nick Castellanos. The Phillies prioritized Nick Castellanos and his happiness and his comfort over production in the outfield. You signed Castellanos with the intent of him being the 4-hitter, being that power hitter. He never delivered. Outside of 2 series in the postseason in a 4-year period. Also, you can blame Dave Dombrowski, as Phil and Brigantine said. It's the whole outfield, right? It's the fact that Brandon Marsh, while he has played better for you than he did with the Angels, he is not an elite power hitter driving in runs. We have cycled through everybody from Matt Vierling to Weston Wilson, now Otto Kemp. Before that, it was, for 2 months, it was Austin Hayes. Forgot his name for a minute. But we've also brought in guys who, Johan Rojas, that was for a moment, but wasn't a power hitter, wasn't driving in runs. The Phillies have brought in Max Kepler. He was horrible for one half of the season. He picked up, and now this offseason we find out he was on steroids. So, Phil from Brigantine is right. The Phillies have had chances to fix the 4-hole, to put guys in there who could have done a better job. And now they're trying to put a square peg in a round hole with Alec Boehm. And because he's not a 30-home run guy, because he's not some elite power threat, people are mad about it. And you're right, Phil. Instead of telling Alec Boehm, we want you to be the best version of yourself, the Phillies have come out and said, Phil, they want Turner, Harper, Schwarber in the first inning of every game. Well, if you're putting them in the first inning of every game, you know what's going to happen? The rest of your lineup is going to suffer a little bit. We had Jeff Kerr on Monday's Sports Bash talking about this a little bit, and I will refer back to it. He talked about how Phillies teams of the past did a much better job at lengthening the lineup than this current iteration of the Phillies are. And, one of the teams that he mentioned on Monday's Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Wednesday, he talked about how the Phillies lineup in years past, they basically didn't say, I need my 3 best players to hit in the first inning every single time. They lengthened the lineup by saying Shane Victorino or Jason Worth, you're going to bat in the 2 spot. Now Ryan Howard is going to be the 4. Pat Burrell is going to be the 5. You're not saying I have to have Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard hit in the first inning. They lengthened the lineup. They made more depth, more value. So now it wasn't just your three best hitters in the first inning or else. And I think that's where, for someone like Phil and Brigantine, I completely understand your frustration because the Phillies are dismissing, just completely ignoring, completely whistling, waving at the idea of, we have a player in Alec Bohm who has certain strengths. Let's lean into those strengths. Let's say, why can't Alec Bohm be the 2 or the 3 hitter? Why can't your lineup instead be Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, and then whoever you want after that, Garcia, Realmuto, whoever? If you really want Harper to be the 3 hitter, you're telling me the top of the lineup can't be Turner, Bohm, Harper, Schwarber, Garcia? Of course it can be those, but the Phillies are choosing not to be. So, Phil, you're right. They're trying to ask Alec Bohm to be something he is not. And even though he has been asked to be something that he is not, he has still found a way to be productive. He has still found a way to give you a level of offensive production that, even though it's not what you necessarily want, you're not getting a traditional power hitter batting behind your best hitters. It doesn't negate the fact that Alec Bohm had 2 straight seasons with 97 RBIs. It doesn't negate the fact that from 2022 to 2025, Alec Bohm does have very good numbers. You mentioned the wins above replacement, Phil. I would say it's more than the wins above replacement. It's the fact that Alec Bohm has shown you that when he's healthy, when he's on the field, that he is a productive hitter in this offense. He is a productive hitter in this lineup. So it's not like he's incapable. It's not like he's unable. It's not like he can't give you some production. It's just he's not a big bopping home run hitter. Look, over a 4-year period, he has only given you 49 home runs. It doesn't mean he's a bad player. It just means it's not his strength, as Phil and Brigantine says on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. You're talking about a guy who, when he was an all-star, he had a wins above replacement of 3. Last year was 1.5. So just in the last 2 years, his wins above replacement is 4.5. If you add in the previous 2 years to that 4.5, do you know what his wins above replacement is? It's 5.8. That means that from 2022 to 2025, Alec Bohm is a player who is valued at 6 more wins than the average player who would be playing third base. So again, it's not that we dislike Bohm. I agree with you, Phil. They are trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And the Phillies lineup should be one thing, but instead it's something else. If I was the Phillies, I would consider a lineup as follows: Turner, Bohm, Harper, Schwarber, Garcia, Marsh, Realmuto, Stott, Crawford. Or if you want to have a little extra fun and Bryce Harper isn't going to be whining about it, you could go Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Garcia, Marsh, Realmuto, Stott, and Crawford. But instead, the lineup is probably going to be Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Garcia, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Realmuto, Crawford, because the Phillies are intent on sticking to their strategy. For better or for worse, they are intent on sticking with the big three at the top of the lineup as often as they can get away with it. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Team USA in Olympic hockey is still up 1-0. They are at the second intermission. We'll keep you updated throughout the show here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Again, this is the quarterfinals, so the U.S. is definitely trying to get to that next tier, to get to those semifinals, to have a chance at one of the medals, if not the gold medal at the Winter Olympics. More text on the text board coming up next, 609-403-0973. Of course, we are live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. And don't forget, coming up in about 15 minutes from now, Keith Smith will join us, NBA insider, contributor for Spotrac in the front office show. He will join us still to come here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, wrapping up the 4 o'clock hour of The Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. We're going to check back on the Whitehorse RV text board. Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV. James in Delaware chimes in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. James says Ben Simmons didn't shoot threes and Bohm doesn't hit 25 home runs. I would just say James in Delaware, to me, is a little different because Ben didn't try. Ben didn't have the desire to be anything more than he was. Ben felt like, for better or for worse, that being a all-defensive player and being an above-average point guard and, playing defense and being an all-star was good enough. Ben never wanted to grow, evolve, elevate, and when his team needed him the most, he didn't have the mental capacity to be more for his team. To me, that's where the difference is. Alec Bohm, I don't think he's not trying to hit home runs. I think Bohm just says, it's not my strength. I'm not going to do it. Dan and EHC chimes in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Dan EHC says Phillies need a better approach in the postseason. I feel they are too uptight as hitters. They need to dig in and put their weight on the back leg more often. Well, I think that is about part of the reason why Adolis Garcia is here. I think you bring in a guy like Adolis Garcia because he has something that most of this team does not. He has won a World Series. And he didn't just win a World Series. He was a huge reason why the Rangers won the World Series. You're bringing in a guy who's a Gold Glover, a two-time All-Star, ALCS MVP. For his career in the postseason, Garcia has 8 home runs and 22 RBI in 15 playoff games. So I think part of the reason why, Danny, you brought him in here was to help rectify the postseason approach. Finally, Rico chimes in and says, Josh, I agree with you. Bohm should hit the number 2 behind Turner or Crawford. He should be able to hit behind the runner. Rico, you're 100% right. Stop asking this young man to be something he is not. We'll check back on the Sixers and the NBA. Coming up next, Keith Smith from Spotrac in the front office show here on the Sports Bash.
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. We'll check back in on the text board a little bit later this hour. The White Horse RV text board is 609-403-0973. Plus, who is the NFL free agents who could be making Howie Roseman's job easier? But right now, we're going to get to the NBA because tomorrow, we begin the sprint to the end of the regular season and prepare for the postseason. Talk about the state of the NBA after the All-Star break. Keith Smith is joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Sixers back in action tomorrow versus the Hawks, but it's got to be a busy stretch run for the NBA, and a lot of things still to be answered. Keith, welcome back into the show. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. And you're absolutely right. We talk about it as the second half of the season, but really it's more like the final third of the year. So, yeah, it's going to be busy. There's a lot to play for, a lot to be decided as far as seeding goes and playoff spots and all that. And we're, getting into the good stuff now.
Yeah, and, speaking of some of that good stuff, Keith, I think one of the questions is going to be as we get into the second half, and obviously we don't know the literal answer to this, but it's looking more and more like Jason Tatum is not just going to make a cameo appearance in the postseason. It looks like that he is ramping up to play in the regular season to go into the postseason. And that, to me, changes everything. We came into this year with the Eastern Conference. Well, the Celtics are going to have a down year. It's going to be the Jaylen Brown show. The Sixers and the Cavs and the Magic, they're all going to be in the No, the Celtics are saying, look, we got Tatum coming back. Jaylen Brown's having an MVP caliber year. I feel like they're putting on the entire NBA on notice here.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was funny. Whenever anybody asked me back in the summertime and in the early part of the fall about, this is a gap year for the Celtics, right? And I was like, maybe that's what it turns into, but that's not how they're approaching it. And it was almost met with disdain, where people are like, oh, they should bottom out and get a good draft pick. And this is silly. That roster, is not going to win anything. And what I tried to explain to people is that entire roster is guys who have done nothing but win, in their entire time in the NBA. And they weren't going to be guys who were just going to lay down because they traded away some guys and were missing Jason Tatum. And they've played really well. They still defend. The offense has been fantastic. They're, I believe, the second best offense behind only the Nuggets on the season, which is really remarkable. And they just get out there and get after it night after night. And one of the kind of little secrets in the NBA is if you just play hard every night, you're going to go into games with a really good chance of winning, because not every team is going to show up and play hard. But that's been a big key to things for Boston. They show up, they play hard every single night.
And I think that's where, the Eastern Conference has to start, because of the fact that, while a lot of teams are jockeying for a position, it feels like a lot of teams are maybe keeping a side eye on where the Celtics end up, because it's starting to feel like if you are a team like, just using example, the Philadelphia 76ers, you don't want to face the Celtics in the first round.
Yeah, and they are still a kind of complex riddle to figure out as you play them, because of the way they play. They're going to shoot a lot of three-pointers. They're going to really, defend you tight on the perimeter. They're going to switch everything. It can be kind of hard to pick through and find your mismatches, because they do a really good job switching things on the backside of plays to get guys out of mismatches. So it can be hard to play them. And whenever you're going into playoff series, we always say styles make fights. Well, Boston has a pretty unique style to the way they play on both ends. And you mentioned it before. It does seem like Jason Tatum is coming back. And they are under no illusions that if he plays, that they're going to get all-star, all-NBA, MVP candidate Jason Tatum. They're more thinking, hey, come out here and be better than our 9th, 10th, 11th man has been most of the year, and that's enough for us. We're in a good place if that's where you are coming into the season, and that's what the expectation is get out there and do your thing and just be better than the role players we're putting out there. And I think that's where they're really in a good place to have him be able to work his way back in, instead of, all right, you got to come back in, play 40 minutes a night and be the man right away. They don't really need that of him.
I mentioned the 76ers. They're a very interesting situation, because after they were among the positive headlines of the weekend, VJ Edgecombe and the Rising Stars night, Tyrese Maxey parting the young and turnt guys winning on Sunday, Keith. Now you're coming out of the break with all these positive vibes, but you got a very tough road to handle because of the fact that you're going to spend half of this run, no Paul George, and then all of a sudden you got to plug him back in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paul George has done a good job in his career of just coming back into the fold and just being a part of the team. I think Paul George has also realized over his couple years with the Sixers that, all right, I'm not Paul George, the MVP candidate anymore. I'm Paul George, really good starting player who's, a part of the machine here. And beyond just him, they're still working through. I mean, Embiid probably going to play, half the games that are left in that range, maybe a little bit more if there's not so many back-to-backs, but we know they're going to be really careful with him. They're still kind of revamping the guard rotation after trading Jared McCain, and Quentin Grimes has been injured. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done there for a team that is, they're trying to move up in the conference while also trying to make sure they hold off Orlando behind them and don't get caught from behind and slip down into a play-in tournament, because we all have seen over the years, you drop into the play-in tournament, all of a sudden, what you thought was going to be a nice playoff run could be over in the blink of an eye because of the single game elimination nature of that play-in tournament.
Keith Smith joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, you can check out all of his work with the front office show as well as with Spotrac. Keith, you mentioned about the young guard rotation. What is the rotation? I mean, are we just looking at a team that's going to hope for the best with, Edgecombe, Maxey, and Grimes? Or does this team, I mean, for goodness sake, Kyle Lowry knows on the roster, but you can't depend on him at his age, right? Like, it really feels like they have put themselves between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, and it's absolutely not, depending on Kyle Lowry. I mean, all respect in the world to Kyle Lowry for what he's been throughout the course of his career, which is absolutely incredible. But that career it's on its last legs, and he's now on the roster as a veteran voice, a guy that can kind of throw his arm around the young guards and make sure he lifts them up when they're having a tough day. His on-court production, when he's been pressed to play over the last week or two going into the break, it hasn't been very good, and that's to be expected at this point in his career. So I think, with them, that's why they went out and got Campaign, and, presumably we'll find out, contributed to his buyout over in Serbia, because they were like, we need somebody else who can be a part of things behind Maxey and Edgecombe and Grimes. When you get to the playoffs, those will be your three guys. You'll probably be okay. You're there. But the problem with Tyrese Maxey is he going to have anything left by the time they get to the playoffs? He's been playing such a ridiculous minutes load all season long. Even when they had guard depth, it did make a lot of sense to me why he was playing so much. I mean, I do kind of get it because the offense falls apart when he doesn't play, but they needed to find ways to get some of that off of his plate earlier in this year, and they just didn't. And now we're in a spot where, all right, they're going to try to do what they can the rest of the way, but that's why they went out and got Campaign, and hopefully he can give them solid play down the stretch here and into the postseason.
And this was one of the questions about Nick Nurse, right, when they hired him, which is, hey, Nick Nurse is a guy who has a history of playing guys a lot of minutes. How is that going to work in Philadelphia? And so far, you're having the conversation now, Keith, about is Nick Nurse going to back off of Tyrese Maxey and give him a break at a Kit Kat bar?
Yeah, right. And I kind of don't think he is. I think at this point it kind of is what it is. And I know Tyrese Maxey's not going to complain. He's not going to say anything. But my worry is when we get into April and you're starting up your first-round playoff series, what's he going to have left in the tank? Because not only is it going to be, hey, I really need you to go 40-plus minutes now, but on top of that, it's also going to be, those minutes are more, they're harder. They're more stressful. They're more physical. It's just really tough on small guards to ask them to play 40-plus minutes a night throughout the course of the regular season. I mean, Philly fans know better than anybody. Allen Iverson, most years, was completely worn down by the time they got to the playoffs because of the minutes load he played in the regular season. And not that he wasn't still good in the playoffs, but he wasn't the same guy. He just didn't have the same level of production in a lot of the years, except for minus one or two when they made nice runs. So that's going to be the tough thing, but that's what Nick Nurse has to sort out. So I would be pushing him hard, like, hey, we got Campaign. Please give him 10, 15 minutes a night minimum and let Maxey, just be off his feet for a little bit here and there, especially in the games when you're playing, I used to call them Tuesday nights in Charlotte. They're a little too good for that now, so we'll call it a Tuesday night in D.C. or something like that.
I would say Tuesday night in New Orleans probably could do, right?
Yeah, that's fair too. Yep.
We'll get to Charlotte in just a bit, but you mentioned earlier about the Orlando Magic. You know, this is a team that didn't get some not horrible news, but not good news that Franz Wagner is now going to be out indefinitely after the latest evaluation of his left ankle sprain, I believe, the high ankle sprain. So where are the Magic right now in all this? Because you mentioned they're kind of nipping at the heels of the Sixers in the standings, but without Franz Wagner, that changes their entire structure, does it not?
Yeah, it really does. Now, you could argue over the last couple of years due to injury, they've gotten pretty good at playing without him, but he is arguably the most irreplaceable guy on that roster. He is such a special player on the offensive end, and he really holds up defensively, defending a lot of guards and wings. So that is a tough spot for them to be without him. When he returned initially from that high ankle sprain, when they were in Germany, there were questions of, hey, should he be playing in this game? But he really wanted to play in Germany. That's where he's from. Him and his brother wanted to both play in that game, and they let him play. And then after, they were like, all right, we're going to shut him down again for a little bit. Then it was, all right, he's ready to go, but apparently still really struggling with that injury. And those high ankle sprains are no joke. They can take months to recover from. So if you're Orlando, you're going to have to piece it together like you have been with Paolo Banchero, Desmond Bane, and you're going to hope you can get maybe a little bit more out of Jalen Suggs. But Suggs, much like we were just talking about with minutes, he's a guy when they push too many minutes, all of a sudden he picks up injuries because he plays 100% all-out style all the time. And when he starts picking up bumps and bruises, he can't dial it back. It's not what he does. It's not how he plays. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, the only guard for the Magic that seems to be able to handle heavy minute loads consistently is Desmond Bane. It seems like everybody else, you put them out there too much, they get something wrong with them. By the way, it is funny that Franz Wagner's brother is on the team. It kind of reminds me of like how Giannis has his brother on the Bucks. It's like you get these players, and you're like, yeah, we'll get your brother on the team too. That always makes me laugh, Keith.
Yeah, there is. I will say, Mo Wagner is actually good. Like, he is a legit NBA rotation player. He was in the running to be Sixth Man of the Year last year before he got injured and tore his ACL. And now you're seeing him. He's really kind of in the latter stages of really working his way back fully from that. Unlike, Giannis has a brother on the team, Alex, on a two-way contract, who hasn't even appeared in an NBA game all season. Hasn't even been active for one, never mind playing in one. So, I think we kind of know what's going on in that situation.
Yeah, each of his brothers, I believe all three of them at some point have played for the Bucks, have they not?
Yeah, they have. Yep. Yeah, Thanasis is also there right now, and then Kostas, who has played with them, I believe, in the past, he is playing overseas right now.
Well, speaking of the Bucks, Giannis came out in that interview recently saying, I'm healthy. I'm good, But is he healthy? Is he good, Keith?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to assume he'll be healthy soon. And the Bucks they've continued to tell everybody they have no intentions of tanking and turning this into let's, work on our draft pick. They've been very clear of, we're going to do what we can to try to, win as many games as we can and push up the standings. So I think, we'll see, what happens kind of with him and with, the way it goes now coming out of the All-Star break. They're going to be very careful, though. Obviously, they know, the worst thing that could happen. He's been down with 3 separate calf injuries. And everybody is always fearful when it's calf injuries. Does that turn into something that is all of a sudden turns into that's not a calf, now that's an Achilles thing? And that's what they're going to be very cautious of here, because whether that's their own long-term investment, Giannis to stay in a Buck and stay in a Buck forever, or we want to have him absolutely at the peak of his trade value, those are going to be things that they're going to be very cautious about. But, yeah, I do think we will see him play again, and then we'll kind of figure it out from there.
By the way, we got some news dropping right now on the Sixers. Joel Embiid has been ruled out for tomorrow's game versus the Hawks. He'll be reevaluated this weekend. Keith, I mean, how many times we talk about Joel Embiid and an injury till we realize that maybe we just shouldn't depend on him? I mean, the guy had an entire week off. What needs to be reevaluated here?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the scary part, right? We're coming off of, time off, and I know he missed games at the end, and they said he was, they're still managing through the knee injuries, and now sounds like he's got a shin problem on top of that. None of that is good, right? That's all really bad for him and the Sixers. As far as, your kind of long-term, let's be ready to go, let's get after this kind of nature of things. And that's where, it is extremely worrisome. I had a lot of people say, trading Jared McCain was the stupidest move the team ever could have made, and they should have traded Andre Drummond to get out of the tax. And I think they know they need Andre Drummond because you get into a playoff series, you can't just go into the series with a Dembona and a bunch of small ball options. You need to go in with some legitimate veteran starting center level guy, which is Drummond. And that's going to be, something that they're really going to have to work through because it's just not in a good place for them once again. And that is, at this point, like you said, we ought to be used to it by now. I mean, this is just kind of where we're going to live, I think, for the remainder of Joel Embiid's career.
Yeah, for those who are wondering, some of the teams on the upcoming schedule that you might need Drummond for, size-wise, you got Minnesota next week coming up. You also got Miami and Boston and San Antonio down the road. So the Sixers are going to need that size on the schedule coming up. Keith Smith, of course, contributor for Spotrac, NBA Insider, Front Office Sports Show, joining us here on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, a couple more before I let you go. Got to whip it around the Eastern Conference here. The Cleveland Cavaliers are a very interesting team because they did the classic, we're going to give up a little bit of defense to go out and get a James Harden. We've seen this script before, Keith. Teams giving up pieces so they can fit James Harden's contract into their salary cap. So how much are the Cavs better than they were before the deadline heading down the stretch run here?
Yeah, I think they're significantly better. James Harden, for all that, he is not a great defensive player. Neither was Darius Garland. And at least with James Harden, you could switch him on to bigger players and just see he's always held up fairly well in those situations. Offensively, he's a better player than Darius Garland is too. There are questions. They got to figure it out with him and Donovan Mitchell, and that's going to be, Kenny Atkinson's biggest to-do the rest of the way is making sure that he gets those two guys in a good place together. But the other thing is Darius Garland is hurt. He's hurt right now. He's been hurt the last couple of years. He's been hurt in playoff runs. I know this may sound crazy to some people, but one of James Harden's things is he's generally pretty reliable. For all of his flaws, he does play. He doesn't miss a lot of time. And Darius Garland is a guy who is also he's been really bad in the playoffs. And I know people will latch on to James Harden has not done well, but that's been in elimination games as the kind of running joke is. You just got to win in 5 or 6 and you're fine, but don't go to a game 7 with them and we'll see, ultimately where that goes. And then I think the other big part is getting Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder. That's a team that's really rounded out their backcourt depth quite well. I think the Cavs had a really good trade deadline, and that's a team that's been playing pretty good ball.
We got a lot of people who are down here in our area, Keith, who are Knicks fans. So I want to know from you, what is the Knicks' real ceiling? Because I feel like this is the team that we talk about the Sixers are dependency on Joel Embiid being healthy. Well, it feels like the Knicks are an injury away from falling apart themselves.
Yeah, they can be. They don't have a ton of depth. Now, they worked on it. They added, some depth through their, additions in the, trade deadline buyout window here, getting Jeremy Sohan. We'll see kind of how that comes together. I'm not sold that's going to be, any kind of major addition, but, it'll certainly help them. But their big thing is if they can keep their main 6 guys healthy, so the 5 starters and Mitchell Robinson, they should be in pretty good shape. Getting Jose Alvarado covers for Deuce McBride, who's going to miss some time. So we'll see, where that kind of comes together. Their ceiling is NBA Finals and win the championship. I picked them preseason to go to the Finals. There is a level of, you got to show it to me because they've fallen short the last couple of years. But that's a good team. It's a deep team. I think they play a playoff style already. So I think they're going to make a pretty good postseason run here.
Well, certainly be interesting in the Eastern Conference. And we didn't even get a chance to talk about the Detroit Pistons, who are at the top of the conference, but it's just a ton of teams up and down the standings. Charlotte is a surging team with Colin Knippel and LaMelo Ball and all those guys. And for all your NBA coverage, at Keith Smith NBA on the X platform, the front office show, his contributions to Spotrac, and he joined us right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, appreciate you jumping on today.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, we will get back to the White Horse RV text board on the other side, 609-403-0973. Plus, who are the free agents that are going to make Howie Roseman's job easier this offseason? All that and more still to come on 97.3 ESPN.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Well, right now, every United States hockey fan is feeling the same exasperation that fans who are of the Flyers, the Islanders, the Devils have felt for many a year. It was a 1-0 U.S. hockey game until 1:31 left in the third period. And the New York Rangers' Minka Zibanejad just scored a goal that made Connor Hellebuyck look like, how on earth did that go in the goal? And now the rest of the United States feels the disgust that fans of Northeast hockey teams have been feeling for years. That guy, Mika Zibanejad, strikes again and is now a 1-1 hockey game with a minute now left in the third period. The U.S. is trying to push a rush here, but this game might be going to overtime the way the Swedes are playing. The Swedes are basically trying to kill clock here and get to overtime, it looks like. The U.S. is trying to push the issue and get a score here so it doesn't go to overtime. So I'll keep you updated here on 97.3 ESPN. 40 seconds left. The puck just got knocked out of play. Zibanejad is still getting cheers and high fives on the bench. We were talking with a lot of stuff today. So I was a little distracted there by the game, but we're going to get back to the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Also, we are live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. And yes, Geoff and I've been trying to keep these updates coming, but most of this game, nothing was happening. Now, all of a sudden, we get a score. Yeah, the U.S. is still trying to push this puck down the ice. A couple texts coming in on the text board I wanted to hit on. James in Delaware had a follow-up text at 609-403-0973. He says, getting almost 100 RBIs a year is probably equal to 25 homers. Fan expectations are not going to change his home run production unless you want a PED suspension. And that's a great point by James because, we act like these athletes, I need more. I want more. And it's like, yeah, but you're not getting more. He is what he is. Unless he does PEDs. I always go back to Brady Anderson, right? Brady Anderson was 16 to 19 home runs every year, right? And then all of a sudden you get 50, and you're like, where did that come from? Then you find out later he was juicing on juicing, and you're like, all right, well, that's why. I think the text from Phil and Brigantine still rings true to me that instead of people being mad at Alec Boehm, why don't people get mad at Dave Dombrowski and the Phillies for not putting together a good enough roster around these guys, right? Why don't they put together a good enough roster to make it possible for Alec Boehm to not be pigeonholed? I'm just saying it's I think that it's very interesting that fans are starting to kind of see what I've been seeing for a while, which is the Phillies front office is just as culpable and just as guilty of the way this team has failed in the postseason as the players on the field are. But yet there are still people out there who want to blame the manager. And it's like, if you really believe that Rob Thompson has that much weight in the winning and losing of this team, then you need to give Rob Thompson more credit for winning 90-some games a year. But people won't do that. People only want to complain about Rob Thompson. If the Phillies win, it's they won in spite of him. Well, no, they either won with him or without him. It can't be both ways. And so that's why, for me, the manager in baseball is negligible. I think hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in all sports. There's nothing on planet Earth harder to do sports-wise than hitting a baseball. Especially considering hitting a baseball. I mean, you got curveballs, sliders, slurves, cut fastballs, 2-seam, 4-seam fastballs. Like, hitting a baseball is hard. So, in many cases, I will blame a hitter before I blame the manager. But in Alec Boehm's case, if he's giving you good production, if he has an almost 6 wins above replacement since 2022, what else do you want from the guy? You know, we've talked about Bryce Harper this week here on the Sports Bash because of his comments. But if you go off of the same time period that we talked about Alec Boehm, about Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm and Bryce Harper have played roughly the same amount of games. You want to know how many times Bryce Harper has had a 90 RBI season since 2022? 0. Alec Boehm has 2 97 RBI seasons. The most RBI Bryce Harper has gotten since 2022 is 87. He has 1 year of 75, 1 year of 72, and 1 of 65. But yet people want to hate on Alec Boehm. Well, they hate on Alec Boehm and not Harper because Harper's likable. People like Harper. So some of this stuff does come down to who likes you, who doesn't like you, all that kind of shenanigans. So I got to be honest. I think this person did voice to text. So I don't want to accuse them of not leaving their name. It looks like they tried to leave their name, but it didn't come out right. But it looks like they're from EHT. He says, I'm tired of this Joel Embiid situation. He starts playing great, looks great out there, and then the team just wants to shut him down constantly. I get every other game because he needs to be healthy in the postseason, but he's got to play in the regular season. There's got to be some kind of continuity. It's bad enough the Sixers are going to be without Paul George. Now Maxi's got to go out there. How long till he gets fed up with this team and this organization? That says the texter from EHT who voice. I'm telling you, man, voice to text hates you. And I know it hates you because it hates me. Ray from EHT. I don't know how voice to text messed up your text so bad. That's bad. Ray, autocorrect hates you as much as it hates me. But Ray, it's a great point. On the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Like, the Sixers are hanging on to Embiid so hard, hoping so intently that he turns out to be the guy that they need him to be for one postseason run. But yeah, you can't get him on the court for him to maintain continuity. Now, the Maxey thing's a little different because I would say, Ray and EHT, that the Maxey thing's a little different because of the reality that Maxey and VJ Edgecombe seem to be buddies. And so I think the team drafting Edgecombe has given Maxey some sort of like, hey, look, the team went out and got somebody. I got a running partner now. So I think for Maxey, he looks at it as whenever Embiid and Paul George are no longer here, I still got VJ Edgecombe. But as a fan, you don't care about what happens 2, 3, 4 years down the road. You want to win now. And that's the exasperating part when it comes to when it comes to the Embiid stuff. All right. So I was mentioning earlier in the show, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. There are free agents who are going to make Howie Roseman's job easier. Now, I preface this by saying if you're one of those people who believes that the Eagles can or would trade A.J. Brown, that's the premise. So for those who are wondering, there's been a lot of speculation about A.J. Brown's future on the team, right? You've seen the rumors online. You've heard the speculation on different shows, 97.3, ESPN. But this week, the news has come out that there are two massive names that are hitting free agency. And those names are going to make it easier for Howie Roseman, if he wants to, trade away A.J. Brown. The first name that is a free agent right now is future Hall of Famer Mike Evans. Here is Jeremy Fowler earlier today on SportsCenter talking about Mike Evans' potential destinations.
Tampa Bay is the place he's played for 12 years. They love him there. My sense is they will try to retain him, and there's a chance he goes back and simply retires as a Buck whenever he is done. But he's going to open up the market here. He will have plenty of suitors. I'm told that Evans wants to win, but also wants the chance to get the ball a lot. He's always been a marquee guy. He doesn't expect that to change. He saw what Devontae Adams did when he went to the LA Rams, so he'll be looking for a good quarterback situation. Look, we don't know what the Buffalo Bills are going to do just yet, but Mike Evans screams Bills move here. Like, they need that kind of veteran top receiver to put them over the top with Josh Allen.
By the way, U.S. Hockey just scored as Jeremy Fowler stopped talking. I think it was Hughes who scored. So the U.S. wins in overtime in the quarterfinal. USA Hockey takes down Sweden despite Minka Zibanejad's best efforts. And you know what? You got to give the U.S. Hockey team a lot of credit really quick here. Breaking news, U.S. Hockey advances to the semifinals. The U.S. team spent a majority of this overtime in the offensive zone. They were pressure relentlessly, and eventually they got an open shot. I mean, I got to give the Sweden goaltender a ton of credit. I forget his name off the top of my head, but he was stopping a gazillion shots until that final one. Like, he had stopped about 4 or 5 shots, and he did it like a miraculous form. And finally, the U.S. got a wide open shot, right? They got a wide open shot on the net, and there was no way the Swedish goaltender was going to stop that one. So they get the goal to go in. Maybe it wasn't Hughes, or was it? I hate when they do this. Like, Olympic coverage of hockey is like the most annoying thing to watch. And they've been doing this my entire lifetime. Like, if I watch an NHL game, they tell me immediately who scored. On the screen, on the bottom bar, on the top bar, something. But in the Olympics, they're probably just rambling on the television right now instead of just showing me the graphic about who scored. I think it was Hughes. I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, here's the replay. So they whip the puck around. They do a little handoff. And you got the 3-on-3 action. And he just kind of lines up in the slot and just snipes it in there. Yeah, it was Hughes. So U.S. wins 2-1 in overtime. What a sniper shot by Hughes right off the goalpost and ricocheted in. I mean, literally he got it inches past the goaltender's glove there. Yeah, the Swedish goaltender, he's going to regret missing that save. But, man, that dude saved about a gazillion goals leading up to that goal. Is that Markstrom? Yeah, it was Markstrom. Markstrom had a great game for Sweden, so got to give that dude credit. But anyway, U.S. Hockey advances to the semifinals of the Winter Olympics with a 2-1 victory in overtime. But back to the Fowler comment. So you heard Jeremy Fowler talking about how Mike Evans is a free agent. There's always a chance to go back to Tampa, but he's looking at the Bills to be heavy in the market for him. And why this is important is because the Bills are one of the teams that have been discussed as a potential landing destination for whatchamacallit, for A.J. Brown. Well, Mike Evans and this other player are both going to take up spots for teams that could have called about A.J. Brown. But now you're taking them off the market. The other player being Tyreek Hill. Louis Riddick on First Takes thinks Tyreek Hill is going to go to this team?
I think it's the Chiefs because not only do they need him, he needs them. He needs this kind of structure. Look, and I think one of the reasons why, primarily, is because it's something that really kind of has flown under the radar, but it's the return of Eric Bieniemy in Kansas City. And he was brought back there for a very specific reason. And that's because accountability on that side of the football, on the team as a whole, really is something that Eric really specializes in. And that's probably one of the biggest influences that he had on this football team that it missed when he was gone. And Tyreek in particular, at this point in his career, he's going to be 32 years old, coming off of that horrific injury, on an offense that was just hamstrung in so many different ways last year, that really needs a guy like Eric to really get on their rear end and pull out the best of them. That's exactly what Tyreek needs, what this organization needs.
So let's piece this together really quick. If the Chiefs get Tyreek Hill back and the Bills get Mike Evans back, that's two teams that have fixed their wide receiver problem, right? That still leaves teams like the Patriots, potentially the Colts, another team that could be in the A.J. Brown acquisition market, the 49ers. The Chargers are another team that could be in that conversation. And don't discount the idea of the Saints as well being a team. Kellen Moore, former Eagles coach. Shane Steichen with the Colts, former Eagles coach. Vrabel used to coach A.J. Brown. But now if you have two huge guys off the market, those other teams, they start becoming desperate. And now they start calling Howie, and Howie can start leveraging each team against each other. Be like, hey, man, I got another team that's offering me more. Tell me who. Nah, I can't tell you that. Come on, man. I can't tell you. Mickey Loomis. I can't tell you. What's the guy named in the Patriots? Elliott Wolf. I can't tell you guys who's offering me more, but I'm just saying I need a little more from you. Chris Ballard for the Colts, right? Howie now has multiple pieces on the chessboard. So whenever Mike Evans and Tyreek Hill sign, that's going to make the teams that still need receivers more desperate, more incentivized to go get A.J. Brown so they don't get left behind. And by the way, Patriots and the Bills are the same division. Chargers and the Chiefs are in the same division. You got to keep up with the Joneses. You got to keep up with the opposition if you want to be a contender. So while we are not sure if the Eagles will trade A.J. Brown, if the teams in their own divisions are getting their wide receivers, then what happens? Howie's going to get more desperate phone calls. And is there anyone better in the NFL at handling desperate better than Howie Roseman? Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. Again, USA Hockey wins in overtime 2-1 over Sweden. It was Hughes who scored, and now the U.S. heads to the semifinals of the Winter Olympics. Gotta give the U.S. team a lot of credit. They applied pressure relentlessly in that overtime, and Markstrom held up for most of the overtime. But that one sniper shot by Hughes zipped inches past his glove, and now the U.S. advanced to the semifinals. We'll wrap up the Sports Bash coming up next. You know, Hump Day Wednesday. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill in the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The following is a paid advertisement by Family Vacation Getaways with the purpose of soliciting sales of vacation ownership. For complete details, visit FVGradio.com.
If you want a 100% complimentary stay at a luxury resort in Cancun, airfare not included, then Family Vacation Getaways is your ticket to paradise.
See website for complete details.
We're giving away 5 days and 4 nights to the first 50 callers who can name an animal that lays eggs and is not a bird.
An animal that lays eggs and is not a bird. Do you know it?
Call now, 800-417-6411. 800-417-6411. You're also eligible for an exciting bonus vacation to Orlando, Florida for just $498. And don't worry about anything ruining your plans. We can extend your travel up to 18 months. Name an animal that lays eggs and is not a bird, and you get a complimentary Cancun resort stay and an optional bonus vacation to Orlando for just $498. What are you waiting for? Call 800-417-6411 and give us your answer.
The proceeding is not a contest and is a paid advertisement by Family Vacation Getaways and not sponsored by this program or its affiliates.
All right, Josh Hennig wrapping up the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Hump Day Wednesday wrapping up, getting ready to put in the books. Don't forget the Best of the Sports Bash coming up. We will, if you didn't hear my conversations with Mike McGarry, Nick Earnshaw, or Geoff Mosher from earlier in the show, you will hear those coming up from 6 to 7. Following that will be Creighton versus UConn at 7 p.m. Tomorrow night we got Sixers Hawks here on 97.3 ESPN. And also a quick side note, I really haven't touched on this much this week, but I did want to touch on it here while I'm actually remembering it because I just been go for the last several days here. So there will not be a Hanging with Hennig this Saturday. Because I've been filling in for Mike Gill at Sports Bash, there will be a best of this weekend, and we're going to give me a weekend to try to, recalibrate a little bit before I get back into the saddle filling in for Mike Gill next week. So this Saturday, no Hanging with Hennig. We hope to be back next Saturday here on 97.3 ESPN. But I do want to give a shout out to my great sponsors who have helped make Hanging with Hennig possible here on 97.3 ESPN. People like Boxing Insider Promotions, Larry Goldberg, return to Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City, Saturday, March 7th. Thanks to my friends at Prevail Nutrition for fueling and feeding me each week. They're the best meal prep service in South Jersey, delivering to Atlantic and Cumberland counties plus Ocean City. Also, shout out to my guy Art Masker for Work of Art Construction for sponsoring Hanging with Hennig on 97.3 ESPN, as well as Hang Time Bar and Grill in Galloway. So I do want to thank all of them for their continued support. But this Saturday, there won't be a show, but you'll continue to hear me this week and next week filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. So also shout out to Clemic Performance Method in Egg Harbor Township for supporting me in the Saturday show here on 97.3 ESPN. Also, my guy Zenicola Pizza down in Sea Isle, he took care of us and sponsored the Saturday Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism. You did not see my article at 973ESPN.com. Record turnout. It was an amazing day on Saturday. I'm so happy that it went as well as it did. There was no bad weather. It was just a great day. And for my full recap and my conversation with Mike Monachetti from Mike Seafood, go check it out at 973ESPN.com. Thanks to all of you who texted into the text board at 609-403-0973. The White Horse RV text board is there each and every day for our conversations back and forth here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks to Mike McGarry, Nick Earnshaw, Geoff Mosher, Keith Smith, and thanks to everybody who tuned in on 97.3 ESPN and watched on YouTube and X at 973. Catch you tomorrow.